Hello, hello, hello. Do let me know if you can hear me or not. I've already had a bit of a panic with technology today, but what is new? Welcome to I was going to say June. It's not June yet, it's May. It is May, isn't it? I think it's May anyway. I'm honestly losing track of time and place, and I have no idea. So, this stream is a little later than usual because I had last week's video that I really wanted to post, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to push it back because I really want to post that video. So today we are here for the May live stream. So I hope everyone is feeling okay. I hope that you're doing well. If not, I hope that sitting and watching the stream for a few hours can help make you feel just a little bit better. As always, these are a Q&A, so I answer questions, you ask questions in the chat box. Now, the chat box does tend to get quite full, so I answer as best as I can chronologically, but that does mean that I tend to work between like 30 minutes and an hour behind the chat, unless I'm really fast, which if you've been to any of my streams before, you will know I am not. I'm not a quick talker. Well, I am a quick talker, but I say a lot of stuff. I'm not quick at doing these streams, so do be patient. Please do not spam the chat, and do make sure that you're aware that anything that you write in the chat can be seen by other people. So I have had a few people in the past not want things to be shared, but unfortunately it is a public chat, so if you do want to message me privately, feel free to do so on Instagram. My Instagram handle is, which should be in the description box, it's _hearth_witch_. Sounds like a lot of faff, but that was because Hearthwitch was taken. So that is what we're dealing with. So if you do want to private message me to ask a question, you can always do that. So yes, as always, thank you so much to my mods. They will likely be popping on and off throughout the stream. They do all of this from the goodness of their hearts, so please be kind to them, please be kind to each other. And yeah, let's see where everyone's from. So I'm immediately seeing Italy, Arizona, Germany, France, Hull, British Columbia, Nottingham, Turkey, Miami, Norfolk. Wow, so many different places. The Netherlands, India, Finland, wow, South Wales. I always love seeing people from everywhere because it just amazes me because I'm just sitting here just just talking to myself, and yet there's people all around the world who watch this, which is really, really cool. So I am going to scroll back up to the top of the chat, and I am going to try and get through questions as quickly as I can. As mentioned, I can be a little bit slow on getting round to all of the questions in the chat, so do try and be patient as best as you can. If I already have answered a question or I've answered the question in a full video, I will likely mention that, but equally, I am not the font of all knowledge. I do not know everything about witchcraft and magical practice, and so if I simply don't know the answer to a question, then I'm not going to try and faff my way through it. If I don't know, I will let you know as well, and I'll try to direct you towards a better source of information than me, because I don't know everything by any means. So I am going to scroll back up, and yeah, that is my plan for the evening. I did get a question of, have you curled your hair? It looks so nice. Thank you so much. I actually did, except I am that kind of person where I forget that I've turned off my hair curlers, so I brought my hair curlers down with me so that I could see that I'd unplugged them. So that is why I usually don't do it, because it's a lot of effort. I have a lot of hair. It's a lot of effort. So I tried. I'm trying new things. That is what I'm planning this year. So right at the top, I actually saw this question before I started the stream, so I got a few books down. So the question is, I really want to know more about astral projection. I was wondering if you had some good book recommendations. So I have 3 book recommendations. Now, as with everything on my stream, everything that I talk about and share is through the lens of my own practice. Okay, so before answering any questions, just bear that in mind, that like everything is through my own experience or through the things that I have read, and everyone is going to be slightly different in this. Now, these 3 books, I have read 1 of them fully, I have read 2 of them part way. So I'm not saying that these are the best books that you can possibly buy, but these are the ones that I have in my collection that have information in them that I did find useful. So firstly, I also have a video on astral projection versus lucid dreaming, which might be useful for anyone who is not entirely sure on whether they themselves are astral projecting, they're just not quite sure about it. But astral projection, for anyone who doesn't know, is the separation of the energetic body from the physical body. So it's often done during sleep, but it can also be done purposefully, and it allows us to traverse the spiritual planes or the astral planes in our astral or energetic form. This allows us to commune with spirits and deities, to gather with coven members and other practitioners, and also to simply learn information from the astral plane. But it can be kind of tricky, and so these books might help. My favourite of these three is Astral Projection, Understanding the Psychic Double by Janet Board. Now, I am not sure if this one is available. If it is, it might not be the cheapest thing ever. I got this from a second-hand store, so you might find copies floating around. But this one I have spoken about in the past, covers different people's experiences with astral projection, which I think is really useful. A lot of books on astral projection talk about how and why, but they don't necessarily talk about feelings and how they felt when they were experiencing it, which I think can be really useful because my description of astral projection might not align with what you felt while experiencing it. So it talks about the difference between lucid dreaming and projection, about different experiences, and they've interviewed hundreds of people probably at this point to fill this book. So I thought this was really interesting. I'm not sure if it's still available. The other two that I have are more guides too. So we have The Art and Practice of Astral Projection by Ophiel. It looks a little like this. This is an old copy though. I think this is a 1970s cover. So the book might still be available, but it will probably have a different cover. And this one is all about kind of the different techniques for astral projection and all the information that this particular author thought was useful. So that could be one. But one that I do know is still available is The Llewellyn Practical Guide to Astral Projection by Denning and Phillips. I think the cover might be different, but I'm pretty sure that this one is still available. And this one, once again, is all about kind of the different techniques for astral projection and how different people carry out astral projection, like the techniques that they use, which is pretty useful. So those are the three books I have. Whether they will be useful to everyone, I am not sure. But those are the ones I have in my collection. Most of what I practice when it comes to astral projection is simply my own trial and error, which is not particularly useful for anyone else, I'm aware. But yeah, a lot of it is just trial and error, just the things that worked, the things that didn't. And also writing things down in like a dream journal was really useful because there were dreams that I thought were dreams when they were actually astral projection. And when you look back on it, you're like, oh, yeah, that actually makes total sense. So I'm going to put these back up here and hope that I don't throw them down the other side of my computer, because I've done that before during a stream. Not ideal. Right, where was I? So, here we go. Living in rural southern US, it's very difficult to find like-minded people. Do you know of any online groups that you can share? So I actually have a video on how to find witchy groups. I forget what I actually referred to it as, but it was how to find like-minded people both online and in person. I don't know of too many online groups per se, but you can always try the Amino groups. So the Amino app has got a few. I've not been on in quite a few years, but there were the Witches Circle and Witches and Pagans. So they were two groups that were on there. There's also lots of Discord servers. So I know that myself, I have a Discord server. It's linked in the description box. But I'm pretty certain that Olivia, the Witch of Wonderlust, also has a Discord server, and probably lots of other practitioners as well. So that is another place where you can talk to and interact with lots of practitioners from all over the world. But it isn't necessarily quite as, I was going to say techie. Is an app really that techie now? I'm not sure, but it's just a different system. So it uses Discord rather than an app that goes on your phone. So you can use it on a computer maybe more easily than you can on a phone. So those are a few options out there. And then also if you can go into any kind of witchcraft occult shops, I know that they aren't always easy to find. They will also probably have connections with different covens and different groups where you can go and interact, as well as things like MBS shows, which stands for either mind, body, spirit or mind, body, soul, depending on the location. And they usually have gatherings that people can go to. This is going to be really loud for a minute, but I've got a carrier bag that's like wedged under my feet, and I'm going to move it and it's going to be really loud. Okay. I shuffled you a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. It goes on. Right. Now I can actually sit straight, which is nice. I'm trying to like keep a composed face when I'm really uncomfortably sitting. Right, there we go. And everything is right again. Right, where was I? Oh my goodness, I did not see this. Thank you so much, Lisa. I'm hoping it's Lisa. Thank you so much. I hope that you are enjoying the stream. And yeah, I hope that you enjoy your evening. Right, where was I? I was on a different thing. Okay, I have 2 different screens now for the chat, so I'm hoping I'm not going to lose my place quite as easily. Quite as readily. Oh, same thing, anyway. I'm a Wiccan newbie and I'd like to know, do all Wiccans practice magic? Also, what can I use instead of candles and incense as I live in rented accommodation? Okay, so when it comes to Wiccans, I can only speak from my experience. So I was Wiccan for about 8 years, and then since then I have been a non-Wiccan witchcraft practitioner. So I follow a more traditional folk magic practice. But from my experience being a part of Wiccan groups, there are many Wiccans who won't practice witchcraft separate from the traditions that are a part of their Wiccan tradition. So whichever tradition it is. Now, some Wiccan traditions are more witchcraft centric than others. So a lot of the earlier traditions like Gardenian and Alexandrian, they often have a strong magic or witchcraft foundation that is included in their traditions and their practices. And beyond that, each practitioner can decide whether they want to carry out spells and rituals themselves or whether to simply follow the religion and the tradition. Now, I'm not sure about other groups. There are probably many Wiccan traditions out there that do not include magic at all. Others will include heavy influence of witchcraft and magic. So it's really going to vary a lot based on your tradition. But you don't have to carry out spells and rituals outside of the practices of Wicca. Or you can. It really is just a personal preference. Every group, every coven is going to be slightly different. When it comes to using candles and incense, it depends on what you're using them for. So because you have said that you are a Wiccan, I'm going to assume they're likely going to be for correspondence. So when we're carrying out something like a Wiccan circle casting or calling in the quarters, we do often use candles to represent the fire element and incense to represent the air element. You can substitute these out for other things, so you could use a stone or a colour that represents the fire element, so something like red jasper is a good option, lava stone, or pumice, I think some people call it as well. They're good options as representation, as well as something that's coloured. So this could be just a piece of fabric, it could be a piece of paper that's coloured red. For the air element, you could use a feather. You can also use something that's yellow. So if you're using it for the circle casting correspondence, then those are options. If you are using it in spellwork and ritual, it gets a little bit tricky depending on how you're using it. So if you're using the fire as a representation of the fire element, then you can once again use some kind of alternative correspondence, such as an LED candle. You can also use a crystal or a colour. Those kind of things work. But if you are planning on working with the fire itself, as in the fire is an integral part of that working, so I have done several workings where it involves the burning of something, then you will have to find just a completely different practice. There are many out there that will overlap, so you can definitely find something that's similar. For incense, if you're using it as a representation for the air element, then you can always try working with some weather magic. That's an option. If you are using it for fragrance, then you can always use something like a wax warmer. That is a good option. Or you can just use something like reed diffusers and other things that are non-heat based fragrances. So there's quite a lot of options. It just kind of depends on what it is that you're using it for, and because there's so much flexibility with that, it can be hard for me to list everything just in one small section. What do you do if a spirit just won't leave? I'm going to try a ritual tonight. Also, do you have the abundance video still up? I'm pretty certain the abundance video is still up. Yeah, I don't remember taking it down, although if anyone wonders why videos disappear, it's usually because I consider my channel to be like a grimoire of sorts. And so when I don't really like a video or I think I can improve on the content, I will take it down and then replace it with something new. So it's like an ever-changing thing. So I think the abundance video is still up, yes. When it comes to spirits who won't leave, this is going to depend on what you know about the spirit and the kind of circumstances that surround it. So for me, when there's a spirit that just won't leave, I tend to start with telling it to leave. And I know that this might sound super simple and super obvious, but you'd be surprised the number of people who jump straight to banishing rituals and skip over the really simple things. So I'll typically start by asking it to leave, just making it really clear. I'll also often use some energy work in this, so I might push out some energy, I'll create like a bubble of energy, and then I will expand it out to kind of start leading it towards the door, you know, like that's the exit, please take it. And if that doesn't work, then I will start bringing out more protections. So when that spirit is not in a room, I will put protections on that room. And then the spirit slowly ends up with less and less space that it can inhabit. So if, for instance, my house is like 3 concentric circles, I know no house is 3 concentric circles, but I hope that this makes sense, is that once that spirit has left that innermost circle, you protect that innermost circle. And then when it leaves the next innermost circle, you then protect that circle. And slowly but surely, the spirit gets more and more and more pushed out over time until eventually they go, you know what, this isn't worth it anymore, I'm just gonna leave. So that is a good option. You can also use cleansings in different forms. So I really like incense. I'll also use a lot of rosemary, but different people under different practices and different traditions are gonna use different things. But there's lots of sprays and oils and incenses, especially blended ones, that can be good for this kind of thing. And only after all of that will I eventually resort to, okay, I need to do something about this now, and then I will start breaking out my more intensive spells and rituals for banishing. But honestly, I can't even remember the last time I've had to do that. Usually spirits will take the easy way out unless they are trapped in a location, or unless there's a specific reason why they're there. A lot of the time, if you just kind of start pushing them out, eventually they'll just get bored and move on to someone else, or some other location at least. Would you be able to share some protection spells and how to lock or protect mirrors? So I have done a full video on locking mirrors. Typically, once you lock a mirror, you do not need to unlock it again, unless there's some reason. So for instance, if the oil or the locking substance has been wiped off or removed, then you might want to relock that mirror again. But generally, if you are sure that you have locked it well, you wouldn't typically need to relock that mirror. When it comes to protections, I have a few options on my channel. So I have a candle magic protection spell. I also have a Rowan protection charm spell as well. But I will probably be coming out with more in the future. I just need to kind of get around to filming them, because honestly, the spell videos are some of the hardest to film. There were just so many moving parts. So I will get around to doing that eventually. And that eventually might be in a few years. I honestly don't know at this point. So this is a question that is really similar to the one about spirit. So it's how can I stop a deceased person from harassing me? So this is kind of similar to how to get rid of an unwanted spirit, in that usually you'll start with just verbal communication and then slowly start upping your protections, so that even when you're out and about, that spirit can't get close to you. And then over time, eventually, hopefully, they decide, you know what, it's not worth it. And if they decide that it is still worth it, then it's time to think about some banishings. Is it possible for you to be spiritually bonded with a pet? Meaning, if they get sick, you feel it too. I suppose it may well be. I've personally not experienced it, but I'm sure it possibly is. It might also be that what you're experiencing is a form of empathy. Not empathy as in, oh, this person feels bad, so I feel sorry for them, but more being empathic, where you are experiencing exactly what someone or something else is experiencing. And even if you are separate from them, you might still be experiencing that. So that might be what you're experiencing. And that is fairly common, especially within this community. You'll often find that people do have empathic tendencies. Can I use essential oils as a form of or instead of incense? You can, but in a slightly different way. So you wouldn't want to be burning essential oils like you would an incense, which I hope that most people would already know. But what you can do is use essential oils, and you would typically dilute it like 1 drop to 20 of water sometimes, or other times it's oil, depending on what it is that you're using. And then they go into an oil warmer. And you do typically have to dilute it because essential oils are so strong, especially if you are breathing them in, they can cause issues. But if you make sure that your essential oil is safe for you to use, that it's safe for you to heat up, because not all essential oils are, and then dilute it down suitably. I have always used 1 drop to 20, and that's how I've always diluted it. That's how I was taught to dilute it, but that might have changed since. So just make sure that you're doing your research. You can also use things like essential oil, like diffusers that you will find, like people have them in cars and stuff, and they're a good option as well because they like release the fragrance into the room without it being like a loose, uncovered container of oil, which might be more useful if you have pets and children and these kind of things. But if you do have pets, do make sure that the oil is safe for them, because a lot of animals are super sensitive to any kind of fragrance, and especially things like essential oils. The question is, what's my next move to make a better life? This is unfortunately just far too beyond my scope. If you are interested in learning more about this, then it could be worth finding a reader of some kind, whether that is tarot or oracle, that might be able to point you in the right direction. Unfortunately, really no one knows your life except for you. So I would recommend either doing some divination yourself, doing some meditation work, or going to find a trusted person who can do that work for you, so they can kind of give you a little bit of insight on what you might want to do to kind of progress forwards. Do people who work with demons or deities have magic that's stronger than those who work with just ancestors? No. How do I know when to work with a big candle or a tea light? Okay, so first question is, do people who work with demons and deities have stronger magic than those who just work with ancestors? Not really. Of course, it is going to vary on who you're working with and what they've requested. And that also applies to ancestors. So you can have successful magical practice just using your own energy and nothing else. So no spirits, no deities, nothing like that. And you can have a really powerful, successful magical practice. The additional spirits that you bring in is a personal choice. It's going to depend on what you feel comfortable with. And also, it doesn't necessarily guarantee stronger magical practice than if you weren't going to use it. It entirely depends on how you are working with them. So a lot of people will have deities, or they will have ancestors that they work with, where they will ask for assistance in spells and rituals, which can be useful if you don't necessarily have enough energy to do that working by yourself, but you also don't work with a group. You can also ask for them to add energy into certain aspects of your life, which could be really useful, and that can make people's practice stronger. People who work with demons can have a very mild magical practice where it's no stronger than anyone else's, or they might start working with more high-level demons who are asking for something stronger or more extreme in response, and therefore they are getting a stronger and more extreme reaction magically. But that doesn't necessarily guarantee them success. It just means that more energy might be going into it. But that can also apply to anything. So even ancestors, if you commune with the right ancestor who is willing to get the job done, then you can have a really powerful magical practice without having to work with deities or spirits of any kind, demon or otherwise. So it's more about what you work, like how you are working, and not necessarily who you're working with. And just working with your own energy, it can be just as powerful as working with a demon, depending on how it is that you're doing it. I'm not sure if I said thank you, but thank you so much for the donation. It really means a lot to me. I think I kind of jumped into the question and didn't really say that. And then how to know when to work with a big candle or a tea light. The answer to this is kind of twofold. So firstly, what style of candle magic are you doing? Are you using the candle as a vessel, or are you working with the fire element? So those are going to give you a different answer. So if you're working with the candle as a vessel, the bigger the vessel, the more energy you can put into it, and the longer it's going to burn for. So it allows you to have a bigger pool of energy to work with. I'm trying to figure out the right wording for this. And so you're actively using the physical candle as part of your working. Whereas if you're working with the fire element, then you are just working with the flame. And so having a bigger or smaller candle is not going to make too much difference besides the duration of that working. A lot of sit down using the fire element spells are done there and then. They're usually complete within an hour. And so a tea light that burns for 4 hours is plenty of time to get that working done. Whereas a giant candle that burns for 160 hours is going to be a little bit wasted if your working is finished in under an hour. So that's going to make a big difference. If you're using the candle as a vessel, it's then going to depend on how much energy you need. So for instance, I have a few candles. I don't think I posted it on YouTube. I think I posted it on Instagram, where I'm doing a candle for 2023. And so I have one candle, it's about this big, that I'm using for the entirety of 2023. And so I have to bear in mind how big my candle is if I'm planning on burning it every single month for a year. It needs to be quite a big candle. Whereas if you are going to be using a candle just for the night, then just one small tea light candle is going to be enough. If you're doing a big working over several days that requires lots of energy, a big candle might be better, but it isn't always. So it's one of those where no size fits all. Honestly, it's really flexible with that because it's going to entirely depend on how you're working with it and kind of the technique in all of that. That's the same thing as how you're working in it. I meant like whether you're working with the flame or the candle, and then the size of the working as well. You should do a meet and greet on Zoom. That actually could be really cool. Just kind of have chats with people outside of Q&As. It also sounds absolutely terrifying because I am not a people person. People kind of scare me, honestly. Advice for banishing neighbours directly below apartment, who I have no tag locks of besides sound recordings. They're toxic and dangerous, tried mundane already, and trying to move too. So I would actually argue you already have quite a lot of tag locks there. So a tag lock doesn't have to be a physical thing. It can just be your experiences, your visuals. If you know where they live, if you know how they make you feel, if you know what they sound like and what they are carrying out, that is in effect a tag lock because it is a representation of them. It is your experience of that person. And this is why visualization is often used a lot in spells and rituals, because if you can visualize your desired effect, whether that is visual images in your mind or whether that is writing down your goals, that acts as a tag lock of what you want to achieve. And so the same can be applied in this. You actually have everything you need without needing any additional items because you have that experience of being around them. That can then go into your spells and rituals. So if that's what's holding you back from this, you do have what you need. Even if you just have to write it down on a piece of paper, the things you've experienced, then that can act as a kind of tag lock and focal point for that specific working. In regards to banishing spells, it's going to vary on tradition and culture and all of these things. So just try and find one that works with your belief system and what you need, or you can make one yourself and then add the information that you have personally into that working. And it just helps to make it more powerful. How to incorporate the sun more in my practice. So I would say, if you can, try out different workings at different times of the day. A lot of people think that moon magic is more flexible because of the moon phases, but actually the sun does go through a 24-hour cycle, not just a 28-day cycle like the moon does. So doing workings before midday is really good for building and amplifying. Workings from midday to sunset is really good for cleansing away and removal of workings. So it's almost like a really shortened lunar cycle, but the energy is just going to be slightly different. It's going to be more fiery, it's going to be less watery, it's going to just feel slightly different, but you have that flexibility depending on when you carry out your workings. So if you want to start bringing things in, then making a spell bag just as the sun starts to rise can be a really great way of incorporating that into your magic. Another good way of doing it is to allow the sun and the heat and the power from to aid you in your workings. So if you would like something to be minimized in your life, if you want something to fade away, then I would write a sigil on a piece of paper, just in a plain pen ink, or you can use like a Sharpie or something, and then leave it sitting out in the sun. Ideally, you don't want it to be getting wet, but actually that might actually amplify your working, and you're just going to allow the sun to bleach your sigil away. So just have it so it all fades and warps. You can have it sitting on a windowsill as long as it's safe to do so. Obviously, I'm talking about England weather, like we don't have sun that's that hot, but like in other places you might have too much heat to do this, so just bear that in mind. I would just like sit it on a windowsill that's really sunny and just allow it to just fade and kind of wilt away essentially. And that's a way of like fading things out slowly over time, so you can just take a step back from that thing you want to get rid of. If you are using poppets, for instance, things like clay poppets, then you can have air dry clay sit on a windowsill and you're just allowing that poppet to just solidify and dry. And this is good if you want to remove something or somebody from your life. It might be someone that's causing you distress or harm and you just want to be able to take a step back from them, is that you can always create a representation of them out of clay, like air dry clay. Just allow it to dry out until it becomes all crumbly, and then you just crumble that person up and then just return them to the earth, because air dry clay is just clay basically. And then that way you can just use that solar energy to just kind of get rid of someone. It is really flexible. You just have to be kind of creative with it in a way because it's kind of, that's the thing with more advanced practice anyway, is everyone always asks like, why isn't there a book on more advanced magic? And it's usually because it's just basic practice that is just adapted to certain situations, and that's kind of what sun magic is and solar magic. I am actually trying to get my hands on a book on solar magic though. There's one particular book that I'm after, so I will have to let you know if I have more information on that. Right, where was I? I was here somewhere. Oh, I'm off to Glastonbury next week. Any recommendations? I have lots of recommendations. But if you want like ideas of places to go and like visuals, I have 2, maybe 3 years worth of Glastonbury vlogs on my channel where I go into the different shops and I show you what things are like. So do feel free to check those out. They are on my channel. They're like the birthday vlogs that I've done. But I'd recommend checking out Starchild, checking out Courtyard Books and The Speaking Tree, and also Labyrinth Books, that's further up the high street. Of course, Sons of Asgard, cannot forget that. And then the Tor, the Chalice Well and the White Well or the White Spring are beautiful. I say I couldn't miss it, but I have actually missed those over the past few years because it's been too rainy. But if the weather is fine enough to go, then they're really good spots. Right, where was I? I'm lost already. Oh no. How can you do a spell to take away someone's power? For example, to take away an abuser's power. I would recommend a binding spell. I've done one on my channel a few years ago. That is the one I still do to this day if I need to do some kind of binding spell. The whole point of this, a binding spell is not designed to harm someone. Well, this one isn't anyway. Binding spells are designed to inhibit someone from causing themselves or other people harm. It doesn't do them any harm, it just stops them from actively hurting other people. They usually last for around, at least in my experience, that spell I found lasts for around 3 months, and then it starts to fade off, and you can then decide that that was enough time and you've been able to take a step back and get away from the situation, or you can do that spell again and continue that working. Do make sure though that you are going down the right paths for active action in the physical world, so contacting the right people, trying to get out of a dangerous situation, all these kind of things. The magic should just be an assistance to the mundane action. Oh, I feel like I've been talking for hours and it's only been half an hour. Sometimes I forget how much talking a live stream actually involves until I'm here and I'm like, oh, a lot of talking, got it. Oh, I'm a new witch and my parents would not approve. Anything I can do to ease them into it? I've been Christian. I've always been Christian. Is it okay to be a Christian and a witch? There are many Christian witches. Many people follow the Catholic saints and they work with them in their traditions, or they will follow the Christian God or Jesus or Mary, and they will include them in their magical practice. It's entirely an individual thing whether you feel comfortable doing that or not. When it comes to parents, I think the important thing to remember is that more often than not, I would hope anyway, your parents are worried for you, and that worry might be misplaced, but what they are really trying to say is please make sure you're being safe. And so what I find happens a lot within Christian communities regarding witchcraft is there's a lot of fear mongering, there's a lot of misinformation, and there's a lot of just straight up lies that are being told among Christian communities about witchcraft. And so probably the best thing you can do, not just with family members, but with friends who are Christian too, is to talk to them about what witchcraft actually is. Because oftentimes what people think witchcraft is and what it actually is are two completely different things. But going into this, it's also important to remember that sometimes people simply won't want to listen. You cannot help someone who will not listen, who will not look at the information that's put in front of them and accept it as true, even when you have evidence to say that what they believe isn't true. Some people are simply not going to believe it. There's going to be some people out there who say, oh, that's what you think witchcraft is because the devil told you that. And it's like, well, I give up. I straight up give up. And the thing is usually your parents are just trying to keep you safe. So if this is a practice that you want to go into gradually, you might want to wait a few years until you're able to do this without your parents' supervision, then that's a good option. Witchcraft is going to be here. Regardless of time, witchcraft is going to still be here. And so if you aren't able to at the moment, you will be able to later when you're in an environment where it's more comfortable for you to do so. That was a lot of words. I hope that makes sense. Right, where was I? I was here-ish. How should I dispose of the rice from my money bowl? I want to create a new one, but I don't know what to do with the rice from my old one. If you have some kind of food waste collection service, or if you are able to compost, then that's a really good option. When it comes to this, it's about thanking it for what it's been doing and then returning it back to the earth in some way. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say putting it on the ground is a good idea because I don't know what was in it, and like any essential oils and stuff might be really dangerous to animals. But things like food waste could be a good option because it allows it to be returned to a suitable place for it to decompose. You can also cleanse the rice first if that's something that would make you feel more comfortable. That way you are not adding energy into the bin, essentially. So I'd say just dispose of it in the most suitable, environmentally conscious way that you can for your area, and that might simply be kind of like food waste collection. I'm trying to, what is this doing? What? It's like 90% of why my videos have so many cuts in them is me just fixing my hair. Right, where was I? I think it just jumped. Oh, that's why I'm so confused. I'm like, I cannot see a single one of these questions that I recognize, and then that's why. It's because I jumped all the way down to the bottom again. So, I heard it's bad to do a ritual on a full moon. I gotta say, never heard that one before. I have done hundreds of rituals on full moons. I really enjoy working with that full, like, bringing to fruition energy. I wouldn't necessarily start like new rituals on a full moon unless I wanted to start kind of like cleansing things away. But if that ritual is just like for that one night and that's when I'm doing it and the entire working is happening on that night, then the full moon is super powerful. It's also really useful because especially I used to do kind of coven workings and we would meet on the SBATs because it would mean we could see what we were doing. So if you're doing outside rituals, doing an outside ritual on a full moon is far safer than doing it on a new moon because you're not going to trip over anything. You're not going to fall down a rabbit hole and hurt yourself. I'm not expecting that you'd end up in Wonderland. I'm expecting that you might break an ankle. But like the full moon is super useful for these kind of things because it is just far safer because you can see your environment just so much more. So I really enjoy working on a full moon. I suppose it depends on what it specifically is that you are working with, but I've got to say I've never heard of an issue with it so much. I'm still trying to figure, I just took that one randomly from the middle of chat, by the way. I'm still trying to figure out where I was. I think I was here. Ish? Maybe. Here we go. So how can you find a coven near you? So I have done a full video on it. It is on my channel. It's like finding witchy friends, finding witchy communities. I don't remember what I called it, but Generally, when it comes to finding in-person covens, the best place to look is occult shops, witchcraft shops, Wiccan shops, whatever it is. Usually they are in close contact with covens because they often need quite a lot of supplies, and they will usually be able to tell you if there's any covens in the area that might be looking for practitioners. Do bear in mind though that usually joining a coven takes over a year to become a full member. Unless you are forming your own coven, usually you are wanting to vibe with the people in the group. You want to make sure that everyone feels happy and content with your energy and your presence. And so you might be gathered in as kind of a temporary member, and then as the months go on, you'll eventually be brought in as a full-time member, but it's not a quick process usually. And if it is a super quick process with a coven that you have never met before, that puts up massive red flags for me, because if you are not a good fit for that group, it's going to throw everything off. So if they're desperate for members and they're just willing to take anyone, massive red flag, at least for me anyway. So that's a good option. Another option is, I forgot the name of it, Facebook. That's what I was trying to say. Is looking on Facebook. You'll often find that there are groups in the area. They might have a Facebook page, or MBS shows, I did mention them earlier. Mind, Body and Spirit shows or occult shows will often have covens attending. You can meet lots of like-minded people, and so you might end up in a situation because of one of those. So it's not as easy per se as we would like it to be, but that's kind of the whole point. Like, a coven is meant to be more of a secretive environment. Right. Where was I? I think I was somewhere here. Love the outfit. Is it a top? Where is it from? It's actually a dress, and I actually can't tell you. I think it might have been from Shein years ago, before I realized that Shein was not somewhere I ever wanted to buy from ever again. Yeah, it's from Shein. I wouldn't buy from Shein. I had like one order before I realized how terrible of a company it was, and then I just never purchased from them ever again. So I'm sure that you can find something similar, maybe on Boohoo. It's just like a t-shirt dress with like a sun moon print on the front of it. So I'm honestly, they've probably stolen the design from somewhere else, and I hate that, but like, I have the dress now, so I feel like I have to wear it, and I will just wear it until I can no longer wear it. Yeah, I feel bad. I don't like buying from places like that. But yeah, it is from Shein. You can probably find something similar from a far, far better place. Oh, I love your earrings. Thank you so much. They're really comfy, actually. They're super lightweight. Sometimes I forget that I'm wearing them, and then I'm like, oh god, moth. Does anyone else do that? I used to have some like beetle earrings, and I used to do the exact same thing with those. Like, you walk past a mirror and you're like, oh god, there's a spider on me. It wasn't actually a spider. Do you have any information on the Green Man? I recently went to Sherwood Forest, and in the right light, it looks as though there's a Green Man on the major oak. Was wondering what your thoughts are on him. So I really love the Green Man. I'm not super... Is anyone else seeing the random light in the middle of my forehead? What is that even from? Anyway, I'm just gonna have to try and ignore that. I'm just gonna have to be somewhere where it isn't. I don't know so much about the history of the Green Man. That's something I'm definitely going to have to look into. But in my experience, the Green Man is the personification of nature. And so you'll often find in different areas, the Green Man will look different because of the certain leaves that are in the local area. So you'll often find that in America, Green Men are often maple leaves, at least from what I can tell. Whereas in England, you often find that the Green Man is oak-leaved. And also it depends on whether something has been created through the lens of Wicca or not, because obviously you have the Oak King and the Holly King, and so often the Green Man is kind of absorbed into that mythos as well, even though that might not have been how it originally started. I have recently seen quite a few Green Men are in medieval churches, which is really interesting. I need to do way more information on that. But as far as I can tell so far, it seems like a personification of nature that has been absorbed into more modern traditions. But I'm going to have to do so much research on that. And it's a topic that I do find really interesting. So I'm going to have to give that a go. I keep saying, oh, maybe I'll be on a podcast episode, but then I realize I've not done a podcast episode in nearly 2 years. So I need to get around to doing that eventually. Any book recommendations on herbalism? It really all depends on the kind of herbalism that you are after. I'm so distracted by this light on my face. Okay. I think it's the sun. I'm hoping that as it goes round, it won't be so obvious. So if we're talking medical herbalism, I would recommend talking to or gaining some information from a medicinal herbalist, because I am not well versed in medicinal herbalism. I really am only just dipping my toes into it. So I'd recommend talking to someone specialized in that subject, preferably someone who has qualifications. That's even better. If we're talking standard herbalism used in witchcraft, then there are so many different options, and it's going to depend on what you plan to work with. So a book I really like, not many other people seem to like it, but Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs is really good if you are in the States. Now, do remember that none of these books should be used as a solo individual thing. So I would always recommend having some form of identification manual to work alongside herbalism books. Wow, my brain just went completely blank, just to make sure that you are definitely identifying the right plants. So you have Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. I was just about to turn and look for the book that I was looking for, but I'm organizing my bookshelf, and so they're all over here. You then also have books by Corinne Boyer, so you have things like Plants of the Devil, you have Under the Witching Tree, and I think there's a few others in that series as well. So they are on more specialized aspects of herbalism. So one is about plants that are associated with more malefic practices, whether that's accurate or not. Throughout history, you have books that are specialized on trees and books that are specialized on kind of wild areas. Those are good options. Under the Bramble Arch, that's the one. And those could be really good. Corinne Boyer is a really good author. I struggle with them a little bit because there's no like designated chapters. One topic will just blend into another, and I often have to go back a few pages and be like, oh, that's where it came from. Okay. So then I have to kind of like switch back and forth, but they are really good books. I will have to make a video specifically on books like that if people are interested in it, just to kind of condense all the ones in my collection down so that I can have them all in one video. I was going to say one place, but I did mean one video. So where was I? I was about here. Oh, Paris, I'm so glad that that's helpful. So I don't necessarily know if they're going to feel comfortable with me like sharing the entire comment, but I'm sure you know who you are. So I'm glad that you appreciate it, because it's something that really annoys me, is the term being used solely for a certain type of people. I just don't think it's fair. It's getting brighter. Okay. How to go about setting up an altar. That is going to very much depend on your style of practice and which traditions you follow. So Wiccan altar setups are often different from secular altar setups, and then within different categories of Wicca, you're going to have different styles even further. So usually in a Wiccan kind of altar setup, there will be an athame, there'll be a bowline, there will also be a wand usually, a chalice, a pentacle, and then sometimes representations of the 4 elements. There are sometimes also other things added on. I always forget what they're called, but it's like a multi-tailed whip thing. I forget what it's called, but one of those is also sometimes added on there, and they're usually positioned in a very specific way. So they may well, I think in my experience it was always to the east, but that might vary depending on your particular tradition. So that's kind of like a Wiccan altar setup. The placement of every object is also really specific, and in some Wiccan settings it's far more traditional than others. So if you are Wiccan, then I would look up some guides for Wiccan altar setups depending on your specific branch of Wicca. If we're talking about witchcraft, it entirely depends on what you're using that altar for. If you are having it being like a working altar, you can put anything on it. It really doesn't matter. If we're talking a Sabbath altar or a deity altar, these are also kind of shrines unless you're using them for active spellwork and ritual. Then it really is just about things that you associate with that Sabbath season, that deity, that spirit, that ancestor. It's going to vary so much individual practitioner to practitioner, and that's why so many altar videos are completely unique. It's why I post mine every month or every few months, because it is so individual. Everyone's is just going to look very different. Whew. Wow, that was a lot of words. Oh my goodness. Right, where was I? Protection on the go for a lazy green witch. I would say nettles. Now, I know that nettles are not going to be accessible everywhere, but you will likely find that there is a plant that is very defensive, but in a way that isn't going to cause you like long-term detrimental harm. So I'm not talking things like belladonna or mandrake or things that are very toxic for us. I'm talking like everyday plants that you can find out and about that you can identify. So in England, we will have brambles, rose, and nettles, and these are all highly defensive. So brambles and roses obviously have the thorns, and then nettles are stinging plants. And so I will use all of the above in my protection and defensive magic on a day-to-day basis. It's easily accessible. I can find them basically everywhere that I go, especially nettles. And so you can create a pouch or some kind of even a locket if you wear jewelry, where you can add in some, probably dry stinging nettles are better than fresh because they're not going to rot and they're less inclined to sting you. And then just add some of those into a pouch with your intention. You might want to put in some rose thorns, just make sure they're not going to stab you. And then a little piece of paper that writes down your desired intention or your desired goal, add that in as well, and then carry it around with you. And that's a really easy way of doing it. If you are using nettles, just bear in mind that even dry nettles can sting you. I have a big jar of nettles in my office, and the number of times I have been stung under my nails just trying to grab some out. So just be careful with them, but they are really good in protective and defensive magic, especially if you're carrying it around with you. So that is a good option for the really lazy green witch who just doesn't really want to grow things. You can just find them in the hedgerows. But obviously this is going to vary depending on kind of where you are in the world. I'm sure that you can adapt it depending on what you have around you. What's your opinion on carrying out spells from Wiccan-themed spell books if you're not Wiccan? I will adapt them. So I have quite a lot of spell books that are more Wiccan that I got kind of early on in my practice. I'd go to like secondhand shops and charity shops and I'd find them in there. And I will usually take out the bits that I want and then leave everything else, or I will fit it in with my own practice. So, for instance, if it says, you know, calling forth the god and the goddess, I will often take that bit out, perhaps, and I might work with the elements in the way that a Wiccan would perhaps work with the elements, but I will take out the kind of deity associations and I will take the actual practical information and I'll rejig it around. I basically butcher spells from spell books, and I would recommend that you do the same because it allows you to just have so much flexibility with the spells that you are creating. You just have so many options when you do that. Or I'll adapt them. So for instance, if it is a spell for change, for instance, instead of the god and the goddess, which could be oathbound, it could simply be archetypal, I would maybe switch it out for Ceridwen and Ceranos as two of my deities. They could work in that situation and I would adapt it that way. You can obviously just do them as they show in the book, but it's kind of empty words if you don't actually follow that tradition, you don't work with the god and goddess. You're kind of just going through the motions for those portions rather than actually adding your energy in. Any tips for getting out of a slump? Get into nature, try not to focus on it, and do some hobbies. Probably the best advice I can have. I think everyone goes through this, but yeah, try not to focus too much on the fact that you are in a magical slump. Here is the reality of things, right? And some people might be quite surprised by this because I literally have a witchcraft YouTube channel, but I have not read a witchcraft book in over 3 months. And that's just because I've had just so much stuff going on. I have just not been in the right headspace to be able to fully just sit down and read a witchcraft book. And everyone experiences it. It's just, you got to try and not focus on the fact that you've not done any witchcraft for a while, and just try and get yourself back into that right headspace. That might be hanging out with your family and friends. That might be getting out into nature. It might be focusing on music or drawing or exercise, whatever it is that you are passionate about in your life outside of witchcraft. And then you'll find that over time, slowly starts coming back in again. You can also listen to some podcasts. I'm trying to think of my favorite one. People couldn't find. My favorite witchcraft podcast at the moment is the Magick Hour UK. It's on Spotify, and I'm not sure if they've done any new episodes, but I've really enjoyed that. I actually might need to kind of like make a list of my favorite kind of occult, spirituality kind of themed podcasts and kind of make a list of them, but they can always help kind of like re-jog you back into your magical practice. I'm fairly new to witchcraft. Do you have any tips or suggestions for when you feel like you're losing your connection with your spirit guides or deities? The best thing that I can advise in this is not to worry about it. And that might sound really counterintuitive because you really want to hold on really tight. It's what you work so hard for. You just want to hold on to it. But we cannot be afraid of losing something to the point where we hold on when it's not right for us anymore. Spirit guides and deities will come and go through our magical practice. It's quite unusual actually for people to have one spirit guide or one deity from the start of their practice to the very end. Usually things change and adapt. And if you're losing connection to your deity and your spirit guides, that might not be anything negative that you are doing. It might not even be that you're doing anything wrong. It might simply be that they are going, okay, our work is done here now. We're going to take a step back and then allow someone else to come in. A little bit like Nanny McPhee, you know, like when you don't need to, I forget what the wording is, but she's there only when you need her, and then once you no longer need her, even though you want her to be there, she will take a step back and say you don't need me anymore. So that's kind of what happens with spirit guides and with deities, and also in some cases with ancestors. Sometimes ancestors will come and go from our practice. It's not that ancestor is gone, it's just that at that given moment you don't necessarily need them, and so they take a step back and then someone else might step forward. So it may well just be that you need to, how do I word this? Not be afraid of losing something, because sometimes that is the best thing that can happen to us. Where was I? Can you do more videos about the Fae? I can. I had the full intention of doing a Fae book video, and then I just got out of the habit of reading, and now I'm here. So I'm gonna need to start going through my books on the Fae, and then I will make a video on that subject as well as a few others. People say that they really want personal experiences. I'm more of like, here is everything that I have learned in my experience. I have condensed it down into a useful video here. Whereas I think people kind of want more like personal videos. Let me know what you would prefer, because I can always talk about my experiences with the Fae if that's something that you would be interested in. I'm not sure. I could always dot it around a book video anyway. So yeah, let me know. I'm always a bit baffled as to what people like. Because like some people really love the videos and then some people want me to change them up. So yeah, just let me know. Where was I? I was here. Okay, if you like just hanging out in cemeteries, not working with spirits and guardians there, do you still need to take precautions and protections as if you were? Yes. Okay, this is the best way that I can describe it. Okay, so if you, I'm trying to think of the right wording of this, but if you were to walk into a woodland, like into a forest, there's wild animals, there's ravines, there's dangerous plants, and you were to have full vision, you would want to be cautious of your surroundings. You're able to see everything that is around you, the potential dangers, and you would take precautions to protect yourself against that. If you were in a woodland, the same woodland with a blindfold on, even though you can't see the potential dangers around you, and maybe you don't acknowledge that they're there, that doesn't mean that the danger isn't there. It just means that you are not protecting against it because you don't think there's anything to protect against. That's the best way I can describe it, in that even everyday people who don't know anything about spirits, when they enter into a graveyard or a cemetery, there is potential spiritual hazards there, depending on the spirits that are in that environment. And if someone doesn't want to acknowledge that they're there or doesn't actively want to work with it, it doesn't necessarily stop it from being a danger. So I'd say always be always be courteous as best you can, and try to avoid pissing anyone off, living and dead, actually. And then typically I would say try and take a different route back than the way you came, and maybe have a shower afterwards is kind of the super simple. You don't necessarily have to do all of them, but just like a few of them. Wait, what? I'm confused. Someone just said an ad? There aren't any ads on this. I'm so confused. I'm gonna have to check on that because that is the first time that's ever happened. Usually I only put those on like after I've already finished the video. That's really strange. Okay, I'm going to have to check in on that. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. I apologize to anyone who's just had to sit through that. Oh, they've started putting ads onto lives. Oh, that's fun. Thanks, YouTube. Okay, I'm going to have to see if I can like turn that off for the next stream. I'm just gonna have to keep going. I apologize for that. Normally it doesn't do that until like after I finished the video, and then that's how I pay my bills. But like while I'm live, that's new. Okay, so where was I? I think I was here. I think I was here anyway. Do animal bones help with magic? They definitely can. Obviously not everyone is going to feel comfortable with that, and so I would say if you're in an environment, if it can't be turned off, ad break equals potty break. I love that. If you're in an environment where you're finding animal bones, I would recommend either using animal bones. I need to collect my thoughts on this. So if you want to use animal bones, it's kind of a few different routes you can take. You can go to an ethical collector of bones. These are people who will actively find remains of animals that have been killed either through unfortunate traffic incidents or have died through natural causes, and they will clean up the bones for you. So it allows you to not do a lot of the really gross stuff. Maybe you don't have the space or the kind of suitable environment to be able to do that because it's really strong smelling, some of the chemicals are, and it's not nice. So you can go through an ethical seller and make sure that you ensure that they are ethical in what they do and that they are not just, harming animals for profit. Or you can go out into nature and you can find deceased animals that, as mentioned, cause natural deaths, these kind of things. Clean up the bones, and then you can ask that spirit if it would like to be worked with or if it's okay with working with it. And then you can draw that into your spells and rituals, and that spirit can then become a familiar. It could be a guide to your practice. It could be something that you work with. You can also work with it in divination and also communication through meditation and these kind of things. Or you can work with the bones as a representation of that collective animal. So for instance, if it were to be a rabbit or a hare, it could be the collective energy of that species that you are then working with, the archetypal energy. Now, I do think it's important to note that not every country is going to have the same rules. Some countries are very, very strict on the kinds of animal remains that you can work with. Some have to be left where they are, and it is a criminal offense to take them from the environment. So do make sure that you are doing your research, and if you don't feel comfortable with it, you don't have to do it. It's a part of magical practice. It doesn't have to be included, but it's something you can choose to include. But, oh, Phil's here. Hi, Phil. Phil's probably been here for about 20 minutes, and I didn't notice because I was all the way up the stream. can you include witchcraft, or can you incorporate witchcraft into your art? Like, can I do some witchcraft while I'm painting? You can, yeah. I mean, sigil magic is a really powerful form of practice, and that is essentially art with magical symbols or magical symbolism. You can also work your art a little bit like the tarot, where Pamela Coleman Smith, was that right? Pamela Coleman Smith? I'm pretty certain that's right. Essentially worked magical symbolism and numerology and colours and all of these powerful things into the imagery that was then used in the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. And so that style of practice of adding that kind of colour symbolism, animal symbolism, representations, numerology can be added into your magical practice, and in itself can then be a representation of your magic. You can use it in spellwork and ritual and all those kind of things. So there's lots of flexibility out there. I'm pretty certain, now this is going back about five or 6 years. There was a YouTuber who has like a very creative, artistic style of working with a book of shadows, and I believe that they work their magic into their art. Unfortunately, I cannot remember their name because I have not watched them in like 6 years, but I'm hoping that someone will know who I'm talking about. I'm about 45 minutes behind. Blooming hell. But yeah, that style of practice where you can also incorporate your art into your book of shadows, where you can do more sigils and bind runes and other symbolism with your art, and then you can incorporate that into your magical practice. It's just a great way of doing it. It's a great way of using your talents in other areas in your witchcraft practice. What are the best What are the best protections and such to set up in a new home? Things to do or use aside from the basics of cleansing and such. I don't want to ward out any positive or harmless spirits. I would say then, okay, when you first enter into a new space, you're going to have to make a few decisions. Now, it's quite likely that you may well have made these decisions, but just for anyone who is listening who maybe hasn't, you've got kind of a few options. So in my house, I'm quite open with the fact that I never cleansed when I moved in. I didn't need to, because the spirits that were here were nice, mostly. There was one who was a bit grumpy, but he's fine. And so I didn't feel the need to cleanse out the energy from the space because I really liked the energy of the space. It meant that I've kept all of the spirits that were already in the home. I haven't kicked any of them out. They allowed to just coexist with me, and they're completely fine with that, and so am I. So I didn't do any cleansing, and I would say make sure that you sit in your new home or your new flat or whatever it is for a good while, maybe 2 or 3 days up to a week, just to kind of get a feel of the place to see whether or not a cleansing is something that you really need to do. I think someone is just playing music on their car horn. And then if you've decided for or against doing some kind of cleansing, you can then either do that or not, and then work on your protections. So the protections that you use are going to vary depending on your tradition. Typically, I would recommend some, kind of at least 2. So I would go for some kind of energy protection. So for this, it depends on how much you already have done. But if you create personal bubbles of energy, whether that is for your magical practice, your protection for like an individual basis, so you gather up your energy and you push it out into like a little bubble that's around you that is going to act as a temporary shield that you can kind of walk around with. You do that practice over your entire house. So you gather up lots of energy. This could be from the earth, this could be from whatever it is that you like drawing energy from, and you push it out into a big bubble around your house, and then you have some kind of anchor object. So for me, I use a silver pentagram, and that's what I've used for a long time. That is the object that I'm holding when I'm doing all of this, and then when I'm ready, I will attach my energy, or the energy of the working that came from me, onto this object, which then resides in my house. And from that point on, I recharge that object, and every time I recharge it, it recharges the shield around my house. And you can program this so that it helps with just all spirits or just a few spirits, the more negative ones, which is what I primarily focus on. So that is an option. And then you can also go for more internal home protections, so crystals, witch bottles, witch bells, witch balls, these kind of things, which act as more secondary types of protection. So, yes, those are all options. There's so much out there protection-wise. Everything from like magical symbols and artwork and crystals and herbs and all these things that you can incorporate. I do actually have, it might help, I'm not sure what's actually in that video, I filmed it about a year ago, but I did a video on Is Your House Haunted? And in there, I do believe I put quite a few options of things that you can do to kind of aid a situation, whether you want to work alongside them or whether you want to kind of get rid of them and stop more spirits from coming in. Do you have any book recommendations related to Hecate or working with her? Unfortunately, I don't, but I will open this up to anyone out there. Do you have any books that you really enjoy on Hecate? Now, there is one that I think might be about Hecate, and it's something with the crossroads. I'm going to have to check. But unfortunately, because I don't actively work with Hecate, I don't have any personal recommendations. Ooh, okay. Question to you from my brother. Hello, brother. He's quite curious about thought forms and god forms. He wanted to know how many people would it take to move a thought form to a god form. That's actually a really interesting question. Probably quite a lot, because when we're talking about god forms, people are often referring to figures such as the Norse gods or the Greek pantheon, where thousands upon thousands of people will have faith in a deity, even though they have had no experience with them at all. And this can also be seen with things such as the Christian God, for example. There are people out there who have had personal experiences, and those experiences have been so powerful that therefore they have belief in that figure. But there are plenty of other people who have never had any experiences with a god at all, and yet will still follow that tradition because the belief in that tradition is so strong. And so you're looking at thousands upon thousands of people, most probably, to elevate something to that level. But we are starting to see it with pop culture magic, where figures and characters from TV shows and movies are almost becoming gods in their own right that people will work with, even though maybe there's just a few tens of thousands of people who know of that character. Enough of them have strong belief in it that they have had experiences with them that they cannot explain as being something of a fictional character. So honestly, the idea of god forms is so fascinating, but it's unfortunately not something that I think a lot of people talk about. Ooh, okay. Astral entities info. Multiple entities are waiting for me as I'm falling into the first stages of sleep. They're there to escort me to their various realms. How do I identify them? None of them are harmful. You can go off cues, so things that you are seeing, experiencing, feeling. You can do meditation and divination and see if you can commune with them, because it's quite likely that if they are coming to you in the first stages of sleep, then that means that they are around you more often than you would think. And so you can always reach out to them through divination to try and gain answers, but it is also important to note that some of these figures don't want to be identified, or perhaps they don't even have anything that you could identify them with. Some figures, especially in the astral plane, don't even have names that we would be able to understand, and so you might find that they don't want to be identified, but you can always ask, and that's generally the best way of doing it, is just be open with them. Ask them that question, or you can ask it before you fall asleep and see if you gain an answer whilst you are journeying or whilst you are asleep. Doing meditation or divination is also kind of a secondary option there. Unfortunately, I don't do readings at the moment. Maybe in the future I'll open that back up again, but at the moment I don't do readings. Sorry, that was in relation to a question, but I just didn't say the question. What if a group of people use chaos magic to ruin every relationship in your life? That's a very vague question. I think I'm going to need more context than that, but really, I mean, chaos magic is just a form of magical practice. It isn't necessarily any different than any other style of practice. It's just a technique. So I mean, it's a sucky situation, and honestly the best thing I can say there is cleansings, protections, and hope that you can get away from such an awful group of people. Honestly, I don't understand people who do things like this. Okay, oh, this is a lot of questions. So how do I protect my home if I'm living in an apartment? Same applies as what I said for a house. I know that this question was posted ages ago, but that answer should cover kind of both questions. How exactly do I do the mirror box spell to make a person see that they are wrong? This is actually being written in certain piece of media. So I'm going to be really brief here because I don't want to kind of ruin everything from it. But the mirror is designed to show everything. It reveals all. So it is a box that has mirrors on all sides, and then a representation of that person is placed in that box and sealed inside so that they are able to not escape the reality of what they are doing, because there is no escape from the mirrors that are all around them. And that might sound like a really intimidating thing, but really it is just kind of being like, no, you cannot keep turning away from this. You cannot keep looking the other way. This is the harm that you are causing. You cannot run away from this anymore. And it just kind of forces them to, like, I'm doing this with my hands, but you couldn't see, kind of like be forced to like look at what they are doing. And which spell to use if someone owes you money. So this is going to vary depending on circumstances. You could go with a prosperity spell, really any prosperity spell, and then target it at a specific situation. So you could do a money spell, but only money that already belongs to you. That's a way of tailoring it. You could also do a magnet spell, that being that you are drawing back what is already yours, two halves of a magnet are going to kind of come together again. So that's another option. There's also spells specifically out there for this subject that you would just have to adapt to your specific situation. Am I an empath? I was. I kind of got to the point where I was putting up protections all day, every day when I was around other people, that I just kind of forgot that I was doing it. And I've not had that many issues since. So I don't really want to drop them, honestly, because I find it just tremendously overwhelming. I find being around people generally very overwhelming and I don't like it. But adding the extra emotions into that, no, I'm not undoing that. So I would do protections every single day for it. And then at some point, because I was doing them so frequently, I just kind of stopped noticing that I was doing it. And now I'm here. Oh my goodness. Bresky, thank you so much. You did not at all need to do that, but I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for all of your support as well, because you come on and you do this every single month as well. And that means a lot to me, even though I'm really bad at communicating that. That means a lot to me as well. Are you going to Glastonbury this year? I actually don't know. I am actually going somewhere different for my birthday this year. I'm very excited about it. And I'm hoping it's witchcraft related as well. It's just further south than Glastonbury. So that's what I'm doing this year for my birthday. I'm not going to give too much away, but I will probably be going to Glastonbury again, mostly because I want to see people that I know down there. I like going to Courtyard Books as well. That's like my favourite bookshop to have ever existed, ever. So I will be going back again, and I might film it again. Depends on whether people want to see it, I suppose. I can always film it and post like clips on Instagram and stuff if that's maybe where people would prefer it to go. I don't know. We'll have to see. Do you believe it's helpful to create tulpas or servitors for enhancing spell work versus working with ancestors and spirit guides? Yes, 1000% yes. I have a very Actually, I'm not even really sure what she's like an amalgamation of lots of different things. I think that there is a pre-existing spirit in there, but then there's other spirit energies added in. Oh, it's very confusing. You've got no idea what I'm talking about. It's okay. It's a doll that I work with in my practice. She's a bit of an amalgamation of things, I think. But I find working with servitors so much easier because a servitor is a man-made spirit. And so when you are creating something yourself, you can adapt it to do anything that you would like it to do, which is really useful because sometimes ancestors and spirit guides don't feel as though it's their forte. Maybe it's something that they don't necessarily want to help with. Maybe it's something that they aren't sure how to help with. Sometimes you don't want to be working with spirit guides and ancestors for every single working. Sometimes you just want to save them for the really big ones, the ones that you really need that close relationship help with. And so a servitor, beautiful. I absolutely love working with them in this regard because it does make it so much easier and just add like extra oomph that I need for my workings. Yeah, what we've got. If you make a video or blog or something, I can't wait. I hope we get to see. Oh, you're welcome, Brisky. And I always think I'm saying your name wrong. Please correct me if I am. I don't want to be butchering your name for any more months than I already have. Please always film and share your trips if there's anything witchy or shopping related. I can guarantee you have the audience interest. Yeah, I will probably be I'm at least going to be filming where I'm going on my birthday. It might be a museum. It might be witchy in theme. Glastonbury for Samhain. Oh, that's a great idea. Okay, I might have to add that to my to-do list this year. I'm honestly scared about how fast this year is going though, because like, it's nearly June. I was buying Christmas presents, I swear, just a few weeks ago, and it's nearly June. I don't like that. That scares me. If you aren't that good at creating energy, can you still make spells work and charm things like jewelry? Yes, and also no. So, thing with everything is energy is the power source. So that energy has to come from somewhere. If it doesn't come from you, it's got to come from something else. So you still need that energy. I would say try and develop that skill. And I know you probably already have, I understand, but it makes it so much easier if you can power your own spells rather than relying on external forces, because it does make it just so much easier. But if you can't do that, there are options. You have solar energy. So I mentioned earlier using different times of the day to work with solar power, a bit like you would work with different moon phases to work with lunar energy. So first thing in the morning, like sunrise to midday, is all about attracting energy. Midday to sunset is all about reducing and cleansing away that energy. And you can use that in your spells and rituals. You can enchant jewelry for a particular purpose by setting it on a windowsill, maybe with a written petition underneath of specifically what it is that you are after, and you would maybe pick a certain moon phase based on what it is that you want to achieve. You could use crystals and herbs as a way to power those spells by adding those in and relying on their energy. You can also work with elementals, spirit guides, ancestors, spirits as a way of fueling your energy and your spells and rituals, as long as you're giving them something in return. So there are options. It's just, it is a lot easier if you can do it yourself. Manifesting highest timeline. How would you do that? I'm actually not even sure what that is. If you can have some extra context on that for me, that would be really great. Because I have to say, I've never heard of the phrase, but it may well be that I've heard of it just under a different name. And my 5-alarm battery needs changing. I hate that noise. It sounds like someone like squeaking a trainer on my kitchen floor. Ooh, my friend is asking, how do you motivate yourself to practice and journal more? I have found there's kind of a few options here. So Having something like a spell a day almanac is really good. I was actually given one for Christmas and I found it really useful. I actually need to get it down and double check that I'm not missing something important. But almanacs, especially the spell a day one by Llewellyn, tells you the ideal things that you can do on different days of the week. It tells you a different spell, ritual, or practice for every single day of the year, as well as different incenses, oil blends, and moon phases for every single day, which is like super useful. And so that can really motivate you. And generally, habit is the best way, especially with journaling. So I write a diary every single day, and I have done for nearly 2 years, and it really is just that repetition. Once you've done something, I think, is it 30 days or is it 60 days? Once you've done something for more than a certain amount of time, it becomes a habit and it feels weird to not do it. So if you want to start dream journaling, force yourself to do it for like 30 days, and after 30 days it will feel weird if you haven't done it, and then you just form a habit of being able to do it. But also, don't feel pressure to practice every single day or every single week. Really, one of the biggest goals for my practice is to get to a point where I don't need to do spells and rituals, because I do them only when I need to do them. And so if you don't particularly need to do spells and rituals, you can still practice your techniques without actively doing spell work and ritual. And then you might find that there's some months where you do 5 rituals in a week, and then there's other months where you might do no rituals through the entire month. It really is going to vary. Besides baths, sprays, and teas, do you know in what other ways you can work with the element of water? Oh, yes. So, elementals, phenomenal to work with. If you want to gain information from the deep blue sea, water elementals, undines, everyone says it slightly differently, are great to work with, if sometimes a little bit temperamental. So just bear that in mind. So they're really great to work with. You can get a lot of information from them. You can also work with the water element with calling on different animal energies and plant energies that reside within water. So things like water lilies, carp, trout, dolphins, these kind of energies that you can work with, as well as things that grow on the seashore that are deeply connected to the water element, or not even the seashore, but say like the river bank. They're really great as transitional elemental companions between the earth element and the water element, and they can really seamlessly combine the two, because instead of putting two things together that aren't related to one another, you're having one thing that is related to both, which is super useful. You can also do scrying with water. This is really great, as well as working with lunar energy. That's good for connecting with the water element as well. But scrying is super duper useful. So any kind of magical water is a great way of doing it and incorporating it into your spells and rituals. This can obviously be in things like potions and teas and baths and stuff, or it could be scrying where you are holding a bowl of water and you are gaining your information from it. And then generally you can cleanse away things that are causing you harm by letting your energy go into a stream and allow it to be washed away. You can cause things to stagnate by placing things that you want to literally turn stale, energies that you just want to turn stale, in a jar of stagnant water. So this could be like bog water, this could just be like a stale puddle. Really just make sure you're being safe while you're doing this. Seal it up in that jar, trap it inside, allow that energy and your desired intention to just kind of rot away inside that stagnant water. That's kind of an alternative way to work with the water elements. Maybe not so Wiccan friendly, because I think a lot of books on the subject primarily focus on the Wiccan idea of the elements, which is very positive, and really all of the elements can be used for so many different things. So that's just a few ways that I have done myself, that I find is really useful to kind of advance out of just like the Wiccan style of working with the water element, or the social media style of working with the water element as well. Oh, I've got to learn to breathe. How long would you leave an offering like food or money on an altar? So money you can maybe last a little bit longer, but it's the energy that is in that object. So really until the energy is dissipated. And with food, you're not really going to want to leave it more than maybe like 2 days maximum, depending on your environment, because obviously that's going to rot. The warmer and the more humid an environment, the worse that's going to be. You don't want to get pests and things like that. So probably like 24 hours to 48 hours. If it's water, you can typically leave it for maybe like a week, same with alcohol, but then it depends on your environment. Okay. Can a spirit travel from England to the USA instantly? That, honestly, it really all depends on the kind of spirit that you are working with. So how can I best describe this? So if we're talking about a spirit of a person, they have to have a reason to do that. I would hope that people are not summoning unwilling spirits into their space and forcing them to participate in spells and rituals without their consent, but I do not trust everyone to be so nice. So if we're talking about forcing a spirit, then pretty instantly. If we're talking about a spirit actually being willing to travel, then you might find they take a bit of time to decide whether it's worth it. So for instance, if you have like family who live in England and you live in America, ancestors can work with you who are buried in England. As long as they are willing to come to you, then they can. However, the exception to this rule would be spirits of place. And I have seen quite a few people, especially after reading some traditional witchcraft books, primarily those based in Cornwall, who try to summon and call on local land or water spirits. I see this quite a lot. And while it's not necessarily going to stop them from working with you, it also has... Wait, what am I trying to say here? Although it may well work, you may well be able to call forward that spirit, it's important to remember that when we're talking about land wights, land spirits, spirits of place, they are often very closely attached to where they are. And so even within, say, England, as an example, if I were to go to Cornwall, the spirits are very different to those in, I don't know, Essex. Let's go with that. So I might find it really hard to work with a Cornish spirit whilst I'm in Essex, whereas if I were to go to Cornwall, it would be really easy to call upon that spirit because they are a spirit of place and not a general spirit. I hope that makes sense, but it's very much going to vary depending on the kind of spirit that you are working with and how you are planning on working with them. Oh, that was a lot of words. Okay, where was I? I think I was here-ish. If I want to work with deities, should I focus on the ones my ancestors probably worshipped, or could I work with the ones that call me the most, even though they have nothing to do with my ancestry? So oftentimes, deities will reach out to you. And sometimes the right deity, if you think it's the right deity, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is the right deity. I'd say go for the deities that you feel connected to, that you feel there is a pull towards, because usually there's a pull towards for a reason, rather than just following what other people have done within your lineage, because that isn't necessarily going to work for everyone. And this is especially true if you have family from a different place, because sometimes localized deities are not necessarily going to be the best fit for someone who is now living thousands of miles away. So that's another thing to consider as well. Oh, I have a huge, in brackets, giant, I love the emphasis there, pillar candle, and I'm having difficult time figuring out what to use it for. Thoughts? ? Also, before I started my craft, I lit it. Do you think I can still have success with a used candle? Yes, you can. So ultimately it's going to depend on the color of your candle, I suppose, but you can definitely use it. If you just give it a cleanse, I just use like incense smoke, or I will use rosemary, like dried rosemary. I'll burn some of that and I will pass my candle through the smoke and cleanse it that way. Then if we're talking giant, you're probably going to be better off separating that candle into multiple different spells and rituals rather than having one giant spell. So if you want visuals for this, in my Witchy Week video, Witchcraft for 7 days, I show this technique and you can like see the visuals of it. But what you would do is you would take some pins and you would push the pins into the candle, and then you charge the portion of the candle above the pins with your desired goals and intentions. You might dress it with oil, you might dress it with powders and herbs, whatever it is that you want to work with. You might draw sigils on it, whatever works. And then once that candle is burned down and the pins have fallen out, then you snuff the candle out or you blow the candle out at that point. That energy is gone. It's not really going to matter too much. and then you can use the rest of that candle for different workings. And this is especially useful if it is a color that you can use different workings for, such as white or natural colors. And then you can use one giant candle for like 20 or 30 different workings. That's what I do when I go to Starchild. I buy they're like this big, they're huge. And candles, I forgot the word candles. And then I will do that, and it stops me from having to use one candle per working. I still use the candle as a vessel, but I am not using all of the candle at any given time. So yeah, that's the technique that I typically use for massive candles. Because like if they're 6 inches, then like that's fine. I can use that for a single working. But if they're like 24 inches, then I'm gonna use them for like multiple workings, because unless you are a coven, I typically can't imagine one ritual needing a candle that size. With covens, sometimes a candle is lit at the start of that meeting, and sometimes it's kind of like a silencing candle isn't really what I'm after, but it's kind of like a protective candle that kind of limits external factors being influencing that space, and so that is lit like through the entire ritual, and then they snuff it out afterwards. Like, I can understand in that regard, but like as an individual person, I don't think anyone needs a candle that big. I mean, unless you just have candles that big lying around, and then I suppose that's useful. If I leave an offering for the Fae, does this then mean that I immediately start a relationship with the Fae? I don't work with the Fae currently in my practice, but I like the idea of leaving offerings for them. Yes and no. So it's obviously going to depend on the individuals that you are interacting with, but leaving offerings can have a little bit of a hazard to it. So it doesn't mean that you are instantly going to be having like ritual communication with them or anything like that. It does just mean that you've kind of started building that interaction up. You've started opening the doorway for them to interact with you more. However, and this is kind of the other side of it, the negative side of it, if you, for whatever reason, suddenly stop giving offerings on the regular routine that you were giving offerings, someone's going to be pissed. And that's when you can often get kind of like Fae type hauntings, which I said I was going to do a video on like last year and I never did. I need to remember to do this. Fae hauntings. Because they can often get really annoyed when things change, especially if offerings are suddenly reneged and they've had no forewarning, nothing. So if you're going to start leaving offerings, have a schedule, or say this is a one-time offering, I appreciate your presence, these kind of things. Otherwise, you can run the risk of them getting a little bit annoyed if you suddenly stop giving offerings. What is a good gem for protection? So protections, you're looking at, I really like obsidian, but in your situation, which is a prison, maybe snowflake obsidian is a good option, because that is kind of like calming the situation as well as protection, which could be useful just to kind of keep the energy kind of low, not quite so antsy, and then also having that protective benefit. I'm trying to figure out where I was again. I have this gut feeling that it is about to jump, so I'm going to try and go through this fairly quickly. If I can figure out where I was. Okay, I need my inner energies recharged / realigned. How would one go about this? What are your thoughts on Reiki and sound healing? Okay, so I don't practice Reiki. I don't really know anything about it. It's not part of my tradition or even my cultural heritage in any way, so I don't really know anything about Reiki. If you are feeling low energetically, a really easy way of doing this is grounding, centering, grounding. That way you're drawing energy up from the earth and using it within your own body so that you can then fuel your magical practice. And if you've done lots of rituals without doing any kind of grounding, it's quite likely that your energy is going to be quite low. So that could be useful in general. Sound healing, I'll be honest, I'm never entirely convinced on it. I go to a lot of events where there's a lot of sound healers promising a lot of stuff that I don't necessarily think that they should be promising. So I'd say if you give it a go, see how you feel about it, or go to someone that you trust who is experienced in it, that is a good option. But I'd say honestly start with grounding and centering, because that might be a simple solution to the problem that doesn't require you know, lots of things or another person or an entire setup. Does a binding spell arrest their spirits? Not necessarily. So it can do. Obviously, it's going to depend on how you do that binding spell. If that binding spell is for the spirit, then yes. If that binding spell is just general, then maybe not. So if you know that it's spirits that are the problem, then work that binding spell in regards to them. And then that way it should kind of calm it down alongside protections. Where was I? Oh, I knew it was gonna jump and it jumped on me. Okay, I'm gonna have to scroll back up again and hope that I'm not missing like loads and loads of questions. To be fair, it hasn't jumped yet. Well, no, it has. It's jumped once so far, twice now. So that's pretty good. I feel like that's not too bad. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where on earth I was. I think this is going to be turned into ad gate now, because I didn't realise they were putting ads on videos and everyone's telling me. Now that I know, you don't need to tell me, it's okay. But like, I'm going to have to go and figure that out because this video is now ad gate for me. Because I was not expecting them to do that. Right, ba. Where was I? I've lost it again. Oh no, I think I might have actually lost a few. Okay, I'm just gonna have to go from the first one that I see and I just hope that it is. Hope that it is fine. Oh no. Okay, here we go. Any suggestions for contacting and working with ancestors? During the last full blood moon, I made a super strong connection that ended as the eclipse did. So I have a full video on working with ancestors, so that could be good if you just want some general experiences with this or things that you can try. When it comes to kind of forming these connections, that connection that you made is probably still there. It's just underlying. So extreme events like full blood moons and eclipses have a tendency to really magnify our experiences, and it isn't that after that situation is over that the experience is gone. It's probably just not to the same or anywhere near the same degree as it was when you first experienced it, which might be what you are feeling here. But ancestor altars, communication, try doing some meditating, some dream work, everything is mirrored. Dream work could be a good option in regards to this. And then slowly you'll probably find it building up over time. It's probably just kind of there under the surface, and that entire super strong cosmic energy is just magnified at 1,000-fold. And now it's just not quite at the level that it probably you would want it to be. Oh, here we go. If you wanted to try laying the compass, what protections would you recommend? I wouldn't. Do you need them? I know you have a video touching briefly on this, but could you elaborate? I would say personal protections, nothing else, because laying a compass is considerably different from casting a circle. The goal here is to create a crossroads of energy. And if you have a bubble of protection around you, like you would see within a circle casting, you are stopping that energy from going both ways. And that makes it really difficult to actually work a compass. So really, when you are working with a compass, it comes with the level of danger that maybe a circle casting simply doesn't, because you have to accept that you are actively opening up a 6 ways crossroads, and anything or anyone might be experienced whilst you're doing that. You can, of course, have personal protections on that are going to keep you energetically safe. But other than that, I would say avoid protections with laying a compass, because it might inhibit your energy going and also energies coming towards you as well, and also communication and things like that. What can I use instead of patchouli leaves in workings for prosperity and success? Oh, that's actually, I would never use patchouli for prosperity and success. I'm surprised. That's not me saying it's wrong, by the way. That's just saying, like, personal experience. I wouldn't, but I'm sure some people do. So if we're talking like leaves, then alfalfa is a good option. Things like flowers, you've got chamomile and jasmine. And actually chamomile leaves are really good as well, especially if you have your own plant. Let's think of some others that would be good. If you want kind of a gentle lead in, as in not like diving headfirst into it, then lemon balm could be a good option. Mint is really good for good fortune and prosperity. So you've got a few options there. Probably the most accessible would be things like mint. They're usually really good. It varies depending on kind of, you can choose a certain type of mint depending on the specific intentions that you've got in mind. But there are lots of things that you can use instead. If you just go online, there's loads. If you just go like plants associated with prosperity, witchcraft, and you'll just find loads of websites with lists of correspondences. Don't just go for the first list you see. Try and like cross-reference between different lists and figure out what's going to be best for your situation. Do spirits like money? Some spirits do. Some spirits like money a lot. You can actually buy ancestor money, which is burned and sent to the ancestral realms or the spirit realms as an offering to spirits. Some spirits love money. Other ones typically don't. So what is given as an offering is going to very much depend on who it is that you're working with and what you know about them. I mean, is it an ancestor? Is it a specific deity? Is it a spirit that you know personally, or are you just starting to work with them? What is this doing? All of those things are going to vary kind of what you give as an offering. But yeah, some spirits do like money in varying forms. Sometimes it's new money, sometimes it's money that they would recognize. So it could be like sixpence and shillings and these kind of things. That's going to make no sense, I'm realizing, if you don't live in the UK. Like, I don't know what old American money was. Is American money the same now as it was before? Was it called different things? I don't know. But like old money that would represent the time period that they were from, things that they would recognize. Whereas some spirits would prefer things like alcohol. That was what I was after. Alcohol or food or incense and those kind of things. Where was I? I think I was here. I think I was here. Oh no. Green man equals fae folk? ? I'm not really sure, honestly. I know that this question came from like way back when I was talking about the green man. It may have an association with, I'm not sure if this is more of a modern connection or whether this is a historical connection. I think I'm going to have to do far more research on this. I know that many people do connect the green man with the fae folk or the hidden folk or the wee folk, however you want to refer to them. But I suppose that ultimately depends on where you live, because my experience with fae has actually largely not been in association with green areas. It's been in built up urban areas, it's been in homes, it's been with water, and so I think it will very much vary. I know that some modern people do combine fae folk and the green man together. Other people just don't. So that's definitely something I need to research. Any tips on celebrating the Sabbats here in Australia? Oh yeah, you turn the wheel by 6 months. I always think that's common knowledge, but then I realise that I'm in this industry and maybe other people don't. But if you are in the Southern Hemisphere, the wheel of the year gets turned by 6 months. So, for instance, when it's Samhain here, it's Beltane in Australia. And when it's Yule in Australia, it's Letha here. Like, the wheel just gets turned 6 months so that it fits in with climate. But also, it is important to remember that celebrating Germanic and like northwestern European festivals is not going to align all that well everywhere in the world. I mean, I guarantee I will do a Sabbath video, and every single time I will get a comment telling me that, oh, this is stupid because it doesn't work in Alaska, and I have to keep like biting my tongue and just being like, well, yeah, I mean, you're trying to celebrate a Germanic festival in Alaska. It's not going to align perfectly with the time of year, so you might have to shift it. And there's nothing really bad about shifting it, because a lot of the festivals follow a harvest and planting season. And that planting season is going to very much vary depending on where you are in the world. The only ones that I think you will struggle adapting are the ones that are related to solstice and equinoxes, because obviously these are kind of specific dates. But the other fire festivals, the more harvest-based festivals, you can always adapt them to fit where you are. And so if it doesn't align, you can always adapt it, celebrate the season instead of a specific day. That might be easier, but you turn it six months because it would therefore fit in with kind of the winter period. So as you've mentioned here, it feels wrong to celebrate Yule in June, but if you think about it more in relation to the harvest season, June in Australia is winter. So technically that works better than doing it the other way around. I hope that makes sense. It's one of those things. It gets kind of confusing and complicated. But yeah, adapt it as you see fit. You don't have to follow the wheel of the year to a T if it simply just doesn't fit in with your environment and the ecosystem that you're a part of, because it doesn't always work. Not for everyone, at least. How would you recommend people connect to the elements and or planets, just to tune into, understand and embody the energies? So when it comes to elements, it depends on whether we're working with elementals or whether we are working strictly with the elements. So if we're working with elementals, you're going to be wanting to spend time in their environments to sit, listen, observe, acknowledge, all of the things that you would do when trying to form a relationship with other spirits. If we're talking elements, then you're going to want to experience what that energy feels like, or as mentioned here, kind of that attuning to it. So sense the energy from a candle flame. What does it feel like? Sense the energy from a stream or a babbling brook. That is a fancy way of saying it. And see how that feels different to maybe the ocean or maybe stagnant water. See how different rocks will feel different in different areas and these kind of things. And the same with planets. It's about acknowledging their presence and being aware of them, and then noting how that maybe impacts you. Which planets are more visible in the sky? Are you able to do certain meditations better? Are you able to do certain spells better when you attune into Venus or into Mars? And this is how you kind of build up that connection to them that then allows you to just push your energy out, feel it, and go, oh, okay, Venus is really strong tonight, I will work with that. And that's kind of the way you build that up in your like repertoire. What does it mean to release your energy at the end of the spell? Should the working energy be grounded? No. After working with that spell and building it up, or do you literally let it go to the universe? If you ground it, all you are doing is dissipating your spell back into the earth, and it's not going to do anything. So what you do is you raise that energy, you direct it towards your goal, and you push it out towards your goal, whether that is like an object, whether that is like a necklace or a poppet or a bag, or whether that is like a specific goal or intention. You're pushing it out towards it. What often happens, and what people experience when they think they've had backlash, which is where a spell has ricocheted off something or someone with protection and come back at you again, is they don't release the energy. So for instance, if they have done a love spell, like they want to make their friend appear more attractive to people, which would kind of fall into the love spell category. So they have cast that spell for their friend, but they've not released that energy. So they think they've got backlash because that energy is now impacting them and they're getting lots of DMs. Their exes are coming back to them again. People are giving them unsolicited pictures. We all know what I'm talking about. And then they think that the spell is backlashed when actually they just haven't released that energy. Alternatively, if you raise all that energy, you charge it with your intention and then you just deposit it back in the earth again, all you've done is you just neutralize that energy again. You just returned it back to a massive source of energy, and that's kind of it for that working. So a real goal here is to kind of push that out, and that is how we manifest things, whether that is whatever you believe, whether that's sending it towards a person, whether that is sending it into the astral to then trickle back into the physical again, whether that is targeting a specific person in this plane of existence, then that push in the right direction is what is going to manifest change. If you keep energy around yourself, that's great for if you're doing a spell on yourself. So if you want to bring yourself more good luck, then you would cast that spell by raising that energy, and then you would allow that energy to just sit around you. It's in your energy field, and then it's going to manifest in your life. If you want to cleanse something away, then you could raise all of that energy, draw all of the gunk and stuff out that you want to get rid of, and then ground. And then you're basically just dissipating that energy that you want to get rid of. So those techniques can be really useful, but if you want to manifest something outside of yourself, then you really want to be pushing that energy out. And that's why almost casting a circle is useful, because if you have that bubble up around you, you are just letting that energy go inside that bubble. And then once you're ready for that circle and that ritual to end, you drop that bubble and all the energy just gets released all at once and you don't have to do anything about it, which is really convenient if you aren't used to doing that kind of thing, with energy at least. Can you recommend a book on reading candles? Flames, wax, smoke, all that. Unfortunately, I can't. Everything I know about it is just from personal experience and the little tidbits of information that I've gained from other people. So if anyone has any book recommendations on that subject, then that is a great idea to put them in the chat, because I don't really know of any specifically on reading. I don't think so anyway. Do I have a book on candle wax? No, I don't think I've got a book on candle wax reading. Do you think that magical instruments like crystals and wands have power by themselves, or do they just help us get to the right place to practice in our minds? Is it energy or psychology? Crystals, yes. Wands, no. There's a reason why we power our watches on quartz. It's because it has a pulse. It has a repeating pulse. Is really the only way I can describe it that allows watches to keep time. So anytime you see a watch and it says quartz on the back of it, that means that that watch is powered by a quartz crystal, which is allowing it to keep time, and it stops it from losing time over time. So more expensive watches will usually have quartz in them rather than being manual. So crystals, I would say, have their own energy. That's why crystal healers use crystals, specific crystals for specific things. That's why people within witchcraft will use specific crystals for specific things. However, a wand is more of a magical tool. It is an extension of self to aid in directing energy towards a specific goal. So I'd say they're kind of different in that regard. You can, of course, use crystals to get you in the right headspace completely, but I wouldn't necessarily say that everyone uses them for that, or that everyone would consider that to be what they're used for. I certainly don't, but I think everything has a part of psychology to it. I mean, ritual, massive ritual, is basically getting us in the right headspace. It is tricking us to be in a more magical headspace than maybe we are, and that's why a lot of people will have ritual clothes that they use. Where was I going with this? My brain just went blank. But yeah, they'll have ritual clothes that they use, they will have ritual music that they play, and it helps drop us through psychology into a space that allows us to work, whether that is work a job, whether that is to write or to read. People do certain things to help drop them into the right headspace, and the same applies to witchcraft to a degree. It has a certain name. I forget what it's called. Psychodrama. I think it's psychodrama, where it's that way of like psyching yourself up and getting yourself into like the magical headspace for successful magical practice. And some people need that psychodrama to have successful magical practice, and other people don't need it quite so much. If you cast a circle and light a charged candle during your ritual, do you have to snuff out the candle before closing the circle, or can you close your circle and leave the candle burning, releasing its energy? That entirely depends on what the ritual was for and whether or not you need the circle for protection. Because if the circle was placed for protection in the first place, then continuing that working without the protection of the circle is potentially going to set yourself up for harm. If the circle was used to help contain the energy, then you are dissipating some of the energy all in one go and then letting the rest of it trickle out after that circle is closed. Do you really need the circle if you're using a charged candle anyway? These are all, you don't need to answer these are just like general questions, because whether or not that is suitable is going to entirely depend on the type of ritual, why you're doing the circle, why you're doing the ritual, and these kind of things. And it's going to vary so dramatically from ritual to ritual, spell to spell. There's kind of almost too many questions in that for me to be able to give like one concise answer. Do spirits wear clothes? Well, spirits don't necessarily have bodies, so they can appear to be wearing clothes, but whether those clothes are actually real is a very different question. Like, I've seen spirits wearing clothes, both human and non-human, and yet they are still as non-corporeal as the spirit is. So are they actually clothes, or is it just an external energetic appearance that the spirit is portraying to make us feel more comfortable? Or to make themselves feel more comfortable, actually, with that being said, because that's got to be really awkward if you're just like wandering around completely butt naked and then you come across someone who can actually see you. That's a 3 a.m. thought for that spirit. That spirit is going to be struggling to fall asleep at night. Where was I? I was... do you plan on coming to America? At the moment, no. I do not have the money or the confidence to travel that far to America, I'm afraid. Maybe one day, but not yet. What book would you most recommend for an absolute beginner? Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. It depends on what you're after, obviously, but I think even if you want to go into like traditional witchcraft, I'd still recommend having something like the techniques in Psychic Witch, because I think they're just really good foundational practices for basically every tradition that you might want to go into. I love your videos on Through the Blackthorn Arch. Will you ever do more? Maybe. The problem that I had was that I was spending probably like 2 weeks per video, like doing the research, and then I was spending like 2 days filming, 2 weeks editing, and then they'd get maybe like a fraction of the views of my normal content. And unfortunately, views do kind of pay bills, and so I was struggling to kind of spend so much time doing that when I could invest that time doing something with the business or something with the main channel. So I will probably end up doing more, but I'm not sure when that will be or where that will be. I'm not sure where I would put it, whether I would put it on here or the other channel, I'm not sure. I'm curious if you use Goodreads and if it helps keep track of your own books, especially pagan and witchcraft books. I use Goodreads. I actually need to start posting reviews on Goodreads. I do use Goodreads, but I primarily use a different book tracker. I forget what it's called. I've mentioned it a few months ago on my quarterly book breakdown. I typically will always mention it there. And it's like this app that allows me to like put all of the books in my bookshelf in and like mark when I started reading them and my progress and like what I thought of them, and I tend to use that more than Goodreads. Typically, Mostly because it's like my own reviews on the books instead of everyone else's. So I kind of like just having them be like their own little thing in my own little app that no one else can see. And then I just talk about my reviews on the quarterly book breakdown anyway. Right, where was it? In what ways can I work with Ceridwen? Where we have established the working relationship, but I'm not sure how to actually work with her. So this would be you can always ask questions, you can do divination and ask for aid. You can also include her in spells and rituals if that spell and ritual aligns with something that Ceridwen would be interested in. And so things like transformation, change, knowledge, these kind of things are all really useful, as well as working and connecting with history and with land. I'm not sure if you have any connection to Wales or the stories of the Mabinogi, or simply like a historical ancestral connection to Wales, but working with Ceridwen can be a good way of linking back to those ancestors as well. So there's kind of lots of options. I typically will call on her in workings where I need my life to be turned upside down, which at the moment is not. I'm saying that because her altar is right there. And yeah, at the moment I don't really want that. But if you ever want kind of that kind of strong transformation, which is often like destroying and then rebuilding again, then Ceridwen's really good for those kind of spells, among many others. Everyone's like personal experiences. Okay, I will have to add that one in. Do both. Okay, I can do both. I can do a mix of like personal experiences and books and other things. Where was I? I don't know where I was. Where was I? I don't know where I was. Oh no. Can you do automatic typing? Like you can let the spirits move your fingers? I mean, I'm sure that you probably could. I would say that that's more complicated than automatic writing. Because when you're automatic writing, your hand is always... I'm going to have to use a makeup brush. Your hand is always like this, right? You are not really moving. Like you might be moving like this, but you are not moving like this. Like this involves the control of lots and lots of fingers. This involves the movement of just your hand. And especially if you can just keep your hand rigid, that is one solid thing that can be moved versus 10 individual things that have to move. So I think you will probably find that automatic writing is easier than automatic typing, just because from a spirit's perspective, that's a lot of things to control all at once, whereas one hand is maybe not quite as difficult to control. Do you work with deities? I do. I work with Ceridwen, Brigid, and Keranos currently. I don't know if that's going to change, but those are the ones I work with at the moment. Can you speak on when you ask a plant, bone, or item if it wants to work with you and to actually listen for a no and not just think it will always be a yes? Yeah, this is really important. I see a lot of people just going ahead with things anyway, which is kind of alarming, but generally speaking, to get the most out of anything that you're working with, you should, especially if it's a spirit of some kind, you really should be asking like, hey, is it okay if I work with you? And if you get a really strong or even just not a yes, so either a really strong no or just not a yes, then just don't work with them. Return that plant back to where it was, or don't harvest anything until you get a yes. If you have something in your collection that straight up doesn't want to work with you, then just accept that and then come back to it later and see if a different ritual is something that maybe it wants to work with more. I had this, when was this? A few months ago now. I was doing some candles. So I have candles in my shop that I spell with energy, that I take to events and shows, and I sell them on my website. And I was doing a set of candles, and I always work with my spirits when I'm doing this. So I always ask before every single set of candles, because each one is for like a different thing. I will ask the spirits if they are willing to assist me in this working. And there was one working that I did, And I was like, hey, I really want to do this working for this. And will you help me? And they went, no chance. Not happening. I'm not doing it. I'm not being involved in any way, shape or form. Don't involve me at all. I'm not doing this. And I'm like, whoa. Okay. One no was fine. That's okay. It's fine. I just won't do work with you for this working. And so I ended up not doing those candles. I still have those candles. They're ready made. They're ready for me to enchant. But my energies and my spirits did not want to assist with that working. And when I mean it was a strong no, I mean it was a fuck no. Keep us out of this. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So the candles are just sitting up there. They're just sitting there. And I'm not really sure when I'm going to actually do those. But they're there for when my spirits and deities and everything is willing to work with that on me, because that's I really like including them in those things. And you have to listen to that. Like, the general consensus when it comes to consent is, if it is not a yes, it is a no. That applies to everything. Yes, it does. And so if you get like no response at all, nothing, just leave it be. If you get a kind of sick feeling, a heavy feeling, a not very nice feeling, then that's a no. And it can also be a, oh, hell no. And that's also a no. If it's a yes, you'll probably feel like really light and bright, and the energy will be really strong and all that. And that's typically a yes. Usually, anyway. Where was I? I think I'm gonna have to go from here. I think this is about where I was. This was about the artist who was incorporating artwork into a Book of Shadows. Do you mean Alwyn Oak? I don't. No, I don't know how to describe it. They have like really short, like blonde grey hair, and they're American. And I've not watched their channel in years, and I'm not even sure if they're still on YouTube, so I'm gonna have to see if I can find them. But they specialize in like art witchcraft. And bearing in mind here, this was like 5 to 8 years ago that I was watching this channel, so I don't even know if they're still there. But yeah. Is there a god or goddess that can penetrate protections? Yeah, of course. Yeah, because usually we are not trying to keep out deities. They are usually specifically for unwanted energies, unwanted spirits. Most protections are not strong enough to keep out a strong deity if they want to get in. It's just part and parcel of it. But generally, a deity is not necessarily going to be entering your space the same way a spirit would be. Instead, they'd be more inclined to connect energetically, or through meditation, or even through dreams and trance and these kind of things, more than like walking through your living room wall. You know, they're less inclined to act like a spirit and more to act like a deity that is communing with you from a distance. Can you explain the difference between oracle cards and tarot cards? I actually have a full video on this. I think it's called Oracle versus Tarot, the Difference, or something like that. Essentially, tarot, now this is a very generic overview. I always get people being like, oh, but I've got this oracle deck. I don't care. Like, general overview for a beginner was what that video was for. And it is typical that most tarot decks are based off a pre-designed system. So the most common one is the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. This is the one that the majority of decks are based off of. And they are usually laid out on a system. So there are typically 4 suits, and cards fit into all of these suits in the same way in every single deck. So the artwork might be different, but you will typically always have the Strength card, the Ace of Pentacles, the Two of Wands. You'll typically have these cards and they're the same in every single deck, but the artwork might be different. If you have an oracle deck, oracle decks are typically individual to the deck. So you can have any number of different cards. So I'll actually show you an example of 2 different oracle decks, because I have 2 right in front of me because I'm messy and that's how things happen. So this is the Moonology deck. So it looks like this. I actually did a reading the other day and my cards are still out because I am messy, and that's how this works. So this is what this deck looks like. So you have different cards that represent different moon phases and events. So this one is the full moon in Capricorn. This one is the new moon in Scorpio. You then have the waxing crescent moon and things like the full moon in Sagittarius. This is such a pretty card. I'm not a pink person, but that's like really pretty. And so all of these cards are different than you would say find in a different deck. So there's this many cards in this deck, which is, does it actually tell me? Over 50, I think, in this deck, something like that. It's quite a hefty Oracle deck. But then if I go for a deck that I just purchased, this one's really interesting, actually. So I have to carefully balance stuff. So this is the love deck. It's all about like affirmations, things you might want to work with. I was really interested in it because this is kind of a style of practice that I've never really worked with before. And these cards look like this, and they are very different again, and each card is different. So this is talking about celestial bodies and their association with love. You then have things for the chakras and how each chakra is associated with love, different crystals, and so each card is different again, and you would shuffle these, pull out a card, and then that is something that you would want to work with on that particular day. This is still an oracle card deck, but it's just very different from the Moonology deck. Wow, I nearly dropped that box. It's very different from the Moonology deck. And if you didn't know better, you'd think they were two completely different styles of deck, when really they're both oracle cards. They just work in kind of a slightly different way. And so every oracle deck is going to be different from one another. Whereas every tarot deck, if it follows a tarot system, is usually going to kind of behave the same. They have the same cards, just different imagery. Do you have any recommendations on dream interpretation books? No. And this is, and I will always say this, always, is that you'll often find books on dream interpretation, but the reality of it is dreams are based off our own subconscious. And so if you see a shark in your dream, to you that might be something really scary, and it's based off a fear perhaps that you have in your life that your subconscious is trying to tell you about. You know, this is something that you have not worked on. There's something scary in your life that you want to kind of grow and you want to work with and adapt to. If I see a shark in my dream, that might be related to work, or it might be related to hobbies, because that shark means something very different to me and my life history than it does to you. Same applies to things like snakes. People are like, oh, snakes, that's a really bad thing, or snakes is all about someone going behind your back. But if you really like snakes, if you've got pet snakes, if you had a partner in the past who had snakes, that snake symbolism might mean something different to you than it does to someone else. So my biggest takeaway when it comes to dream kind of understanding and like figuring out what they mean is write down your dreams. Note them down the minute you wake up, all of the symbolism. How many dreams were there? Who was there? What was the color symbolism? Were there any like features that stood out from that dream? What was the story of that dream? Write it all down. And then have a look back at it when you've woken up fully or in a few days, and look at the real symbols in that dream. And then think about what they mean to you. Why is it that you were in a school? Is it perhaps because your parents were teachers and so there's something about your family life that needs to be worked on? Is it perhaps something that is calling back to your childhood? Was it a replication of a terrible thing that happened in school? Like, what is it to do with you? Exactly. So someone just said here, build your own dream thesaurus. That's really, really important because, yeah, exactly. So someone says, I used to like snakes until I was hospitalized after being bitten by a copperhead. Now, not so much. That's what I mean. Even through our lifetime, our association with different symbols is going to drastically change based on our experiences. And so I see so many books on find out what your dreams mean. If your teeth fall out, it means that you're really stressed. But the reality is that is going to be different. Maybe that situation where your tooth came out was actually really good because you're really scared of the dentist and you were worried that your tooth wasn't going to come out, and then one day you finally managed to get it out. And for you, that baby tooth coming out was all about success and achieving your goals. Whereas to someone else, sure, it might be something to do with anxiety and fear. It's so different to each individual person. So write your dreams down, pick out the important things, and then really focus on how that ties in with your own experiences. Because I've also had it in my dreams where I have had lessons come through to me via people that I don't know, but that I follow on social media. And like, I'll have like a particular person that I follow on Instagram and YouTube just pop into my dream and be like, here is a bunch of information that I want you to write down when you wake up, write it down. And I wake up and I'm like, wait, why them? Why did they come through to me? And it wasn't actually that they were significant to the dream. It was more that it was something my subconscious was using to grab my attention. And so that to me is like, that's really unique to how I dream. If that person came through to someone else, it might be for something completely different. So everyone is just so unique. Right, where was I? I was here somewhere. How do I expand my practice? I feel like I understand the beginner level stuff, but I don't really know how to get past that. Start looking into specific styles of practice. So once you've got your foundational practices down, centering, grounding, visualization, energy manipulation, energy centering, these kind of things, then it's about looking into specific things that you are curious about. Is that green witchcraft? Is that elemental practice? Is that weather magic? Is that dream divination, these kind of things. And then you're going to have to kind of go down each specific route. Once you kind of get past the beginner level, it's basically like, good luck. There isn't much information that you can find that is more general. Instead, it's very specific on categories. So you're going to have to find a category that you're really interested in, whether that is something like fire magic, or I just looked over here to find a book and they aren't even there anymore. They're all over there. Or whether that's like ancestral work or candle magic or these kind of things. Go down a more specific path. It's got random jazz? I don't even know what that is. Can you recommend a personal protection that isn't jewelry? I've got sensory sensitivities and don't like the feeling of anything on my skin. So this could be something like a witch bottle. So a witch bottle is a scapegoat type spell. Essentially, it's an energetic double of yourself that is kept outside of yourself, so that any spirits, energies that are targeting you will instead be directed towards the witch bottle. This isn't something you have to carry around with you. It's something that you can keep in your home, and it essentially is redone every year, either a year or it breaks. So like whichever comes first. If it breaks first, redo it. If it's a year, redo it regardless of whether it's broken. Inside is typically urine or tag locks of some kind, hair clippings, nail clippings, these kind of things. And that all gets added in and sealed inside this like jar that is then kept, preferably in a safe like box that can't break, because the witch bottle might break over time. And then that is then kept, and that acts as personal protection, whether you are in your home or out of your home, and it doesn't involve touching your skin. So that's probably the best example that I can give for that. Sorry, one of my bells on my witch's bell just rang. I'm not even sure if my microphone will have picked that up. It was almost like someone just went ding and just like flicked the bell. But just one of them. There's like 9 bells on my witch's bell. I don't know what that was. That was strange. Okay. I will add that to the list of strange things that happen in this house every so often. Can a spirit influence your personal preferences for magic? Yes, I suppose it can, especially if you found success within a particular style. So if a spirit has specifically requested that you work with insert style of magic here when working with them, and you find that you have great success in that style, then you might find that you are drawn to do that again because you know that it was successful. So I suppose that's one way of doing it. And also, I mean, if you have like a spirit attachment, then that could also alter the kind of magic that you are influenced to carry out, perhaps. Might be intense, but could you use a mirror box spell to help you with shadow work? To help you see the sides of yourself that you are blind to? Yeah, I suppose you can, but forewarning, shadow work, please make sure that you are also working alongside a therapist if there are like deeper traumatic things going on there. And generally, it's a good idea to do shadow work alongside a therapist, because shadow work is basically therapy without a therapist, and it can be really dangerous if people are particularly vulnerable or they have trauma that they're dealing with and those kind of things. So just bear that in mind. But yeah, you can use a a mirror box for shadow work. Wow, I got that all confused. How do you know if someone has been cursed? I actually have a full video on that topic. I forget what it was called, but it was something along the lines of how do you know if you've been cursed? And that can also apply to other people as well. So you will often find those signs appearing in another person's life as well. That is a big video though, so I can't go over everything here, but that is still on my channel. Can you please share your favourite witchy TV shows or movies? Practical Magic, I really like, but I'll be honest, my favourite of all time, Bewitched. Not the movie, the 1950s TV show. Because when I was growing up, my mum would always put on Bewitched, and I used to watch it at my nan's house, and like, even when I was like really, really little, I used to watch Bewitched, and I was absolutely obsessed with it. And Samantha and Darren, and they're just like, it's just so nice. So I still love that. Like even now, I absolutely love Bewitched. I mean, if you can watch the movie, then that's better than nothing, but the movie is like subpar compared to the TV show. But really only until they changed the actor of Darren. They did that like halfway through and it wasn't as good afterwards. What else have we got? I liked The Magicians. Do bear in mind, warning, The Magicians does have some things in it that some people might find really triggering. So just have a look at the trigger warnings first. On The Magicians, I absolutely loved it, and I would 100% watch that again. So that's really good. I'm not much for The Craft. You will likely know this. I've never been a fan of The Craft, but I am going to try and watch The Craft Legacies and see if that's any better. But I have been told that it is worse, so we'll have to see how that goes. Oh, Charmed, obviously. Charmed, Buffy. Everyone loves Willow. I don't know how anyone can not like Willow. I like Willow. So they're all really good. I'm not so much for the newer stuff, really. Besides The Magicians, that's good. Trying to figure out where I was. What do you do if people don't take you serious as a witch and say it's just placebo or a phase? I'll be honest, I'm at that point where I'm like, that's not really my problem. Sorry. Not to the question, I mean to the people who say that. Like, it is not my job to convince other people of my practice. So like, I'll get Christians coming onto the channel. I have fun with them, I do. I just insta-block them, or I'll respond to them once and then insta-block them, and it's really funny. At least to me anyway, because I get spammed by Christian extreme people all the time, where they're like, you're trying to convert people to witchcraft. And I'm like, well, I'm not. It's not your job. It's not my job. All we can do is share our own life experience. And if that life experience doesn't convince someone or isn't accepted by someone, then that's really not your problem. Like on this channel, it's not my problem if people don't like witchcraft after watching a video. Like, it is not your job to convert someone or to convince someone. It's only your job to live your life as authentically for you as you can. And of course, if you are, a minor, then that's one thing. But if you are over 18 and you are free to practice a religion as you see fit, then really it's not up to anyone else to dictate whether your practice is legitimate or not. Only you are able to do something like that. This is related to the previous question. The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina is also on that list. Some people hated it. I loved it. Have you ever watched Tabitha? This series was on TV only for one season. I didn't know. I think by that point, the actor for Darren had changed, and I was just not feeling it the same. So I never watched Tabitha, and it seems like not many other people did either, because it was never continued after one season. Where was it? Okay, I'm going to go back up to where I was again. Oh, thank you so much, Pagan Pirate. I did not see this at all. If you come to Florida, we'll hit the book mine. That actually sounds really fun. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Could you turn jewelry into a servitor? I have some bee earrings that I'd love to turn into a servitor for finding new opportunities. So, no, but only because a piece of jewelry can't be a servitor. So what you could do is create a servitor and then attach that servitor onto a piece of jewelry that you can then wear around. And that servitor's job is then to work whilst you are wearing those earrings. So that's a way to get around it. But like the earrings themselves are not going to become a servitor, but you can like link a servitor onto the earrings, if that makes sense. And then you could also work it so that the fuel for that servitor is the movement of you walking, of that energy, that kinetic energy of you moving. And therefore you are both feeding the servitor to maintain it and also using that servitor whilst wearing the jewelry. So that's kind of a way around that. What's the difference between a servitor and a familiar spirit? Is there a difference to their capabilities? Okay, so a familiar can be a servitor, just as a servitor can be a familiar, but they are not the same thing. So, servitor is a man-made spirit. It's a spirit that you have created specifically for a targeted intention. This could be for protection, this could be for a specific spell or ritual, this could be for healing, this could be to act as a familiar. A familiar is a spirit that exists in its own right, usually, that you have formed a connection with, entered into a contract with, and so it acts as your spirit familiar for spells and rituals. So you can have a servitor that is also a familiar. You can create one specifically for that purpose, but you cannot turn a familiar that is a spirit that exists in its own right into a servitor. So it really only goes like one way. So with a familiar that exists separate from you, so they are a spirit in their own right, they may have interactions, communications, relationships with other spirits that can then help you gaining information and insight. They are likely to have been around a lot longer and so may well have more of an understanding of the astral plane, traversing it, gaining information, and helping you within magical practice. However, familiars can be kind of hard to get hold of. Not every spirit wants to become a familiar, and also not all familiars want to be your familiar forever, and so sometimes it's more of a timed contract for a certain amount of time, and there may be some spells and rituals that familiar does not feel comfortable carrying out. However, servitor, being man-made, is able to assist you in whichever way you've programmed it to assist you, and so it's not going to not carry out a working for its own reason. It will aid you in that working regardless. But they don't necessarily have the connections with other spirits when they've been created. That's something that builds over time. And they maybe don't have the experience of traversing the astral plane and communicating with spirits to be able to give you all the information that you might want. Pros, cons. But you can make a servitor into a familiar spirit. It's just creating it for that specific purpose. And also it means that you can end that relationship with that familiar whenever you want to, because that servitor is there for as long as you give it energy. And once that energy is gone, or once you decide to dissipate that familiar, then that familiar is gone, or that servitor familiar is gone, and then you can create another one if you wanted to. So it's kind of a mix and match. I would say, can we not say add in the chat, simply because it stops me from seeing the actual questions whilst I'm streaming, there is absolutely nothing I can do about the ads. Unfortunately, it's something that YouTube has just decided to put on this video. I didn't know that they were going to do it whilst it was live, and there's nothing I can do about it until I come off. So all it does is just like clog the chat and just make it kind of hard for me to actually see the questions in it. So yeah, just bear that in mind. So I'm going to do this question while I'm here, but what happens if a physical familiar passes away? Does it return or question mark? Now this is going to be, I mean, anyone who's been here for a while will know my answer to this, but anyone who isn't, this might be kind of a controversial topic. I don't consider an animal to be a familiar because they cannot carry out the job that a familiar does. A familiar traverses the spiritual planes, interacts with other spirits, gains information, and assists us with our spellwork and ritual on the spiritual plane while we work physically. An animal can do basically none of that. So animals can be great magical companions. They can help us kind of focus our energy, get us in the right headspace, make us feel comfortable. We can work with their energy and their associations in spells and rituals, but they aren't going to do the same job as a familiar can do. And mostly the idea of animals being familiars came from the witch trials, where people were accusing people of being witches because there was a cat or a toad or a rat that was in the vicinity, and therefore they were a witch because, look, there's a rat in their house. When in reality, this was like the early modern period. In the 15th century, there were lots of rats in houses. So I find it really difficult to consider an animal to be the same as a spirit familiar. However, you can have it where an animal has passed over and now they are acting as a spirit familiar would, because now they are able to traverse spiritual planes. You can also have it where a spirit attaches itself onto a living animal, just as we sometimes have spirit attachments onto us, and then we can work with that spirit as a familiar, and also it is attached to an animal. It gets kind of complicated, but if you have an animal that has passed over that you would love to work with as a familiar, you can also reach out to them, because then you can form that contract that allows them to work with you in the astral realm spiritually whilst you are working physically, which is just like fantastic. Not only do you get the joy of having a beloved pet in life, but if they agree to it, you could also have a spirit familiar forever, which is just like amazing. Can a spirit be attached onto an object? Yes, so they are often referred to as spirit houses or spirit vessels. So you'll often hear people talking about spirit dolls or haunted dolls. That's essentially a spirit that has attached onto a doll. But you can also get like spirit houses and spirit vessels in the form of skulls or boxes or jewelry or things like this. It's essentially just a physical location where that spirit has latched onto. People will also use them in regard to familiar houses. So this is like a physical resting place for your familiar spirit, so that you can give them offerings in their physical vessel, and then they can take that and use that as energy to work with. This also works for servitors as well. Often servitors will have a physical object, whether that be their sigil or whether that be like a bottle, a skull, a small little toy house, whatever it might be. And that's where they are given offerings and energy so that they can then continue to work. So it's common both generally, you'll often find spirits attached onto objects all the time. There's a reason people have haunted objects and why people suddenly become haunted. It's often because they've brought an object into their home that has a spirit attached onto it. Whether this is something that's been purposefully done, unfortunately, you will find adverts for jewelry, especially used to be on eBay a lot, where either they were lying about it or the person selling it has purposefully forced a spirit into an object and trapped them there, which is just so cruel. Or a spirit will have attached onto an object because it is something that they are particularly drawn to, whether it's something they owned in life or something that's really significant to them. That kind of thing can happen quite a lot as well. I don't know where I was. Oh no. It's here somewhere. Is Slavic magic a form of folk magic? I honestly don't know. Folk magic is magic of the people. So it's usually very localized to a specific area. You will find that different people, even within the same area, will have different adaptations on it. It's often based on the landscape and local belief systems, local spirits, land wights. And so I don't know much about this particular topic. So perhaps it would be considered that. It depends on how localized it is, or whether it is an overarching term that's used to describe many different practices, because you might find that if it's an umbrella term, there are many folk practices inside of the umbrella term, but perhaps not all of them. So I'm not sure, depending on the specific aspect of it, I guess. Any information on Baba Yaga? I actually don't have any. However, I do believe that Madame Pamita has put a book out on this subject, I think. So it could be worth checking that out and seeing if that is related to what you're looking for. I've recently been feeling pulled towards Nyx, but can't find much about her. Do you have any recommendations on connecting with her? So I worked with Nyx really briefly for a while, so I'm only going to be able to give kind of a very vague understanding, because I think it's probably like 10 years ago now. Oh goodness, it is 10 years ago. Yikes, that went fast. So for me, I always found Nyx in darkness. And I think this is part of the problem why there's not really that much information, because for me anyway, Nyx was the personification of night, of like a new moon, like complete and total darkness. And so I found that reaching out in those new moon times through meditation, through divination, through dreams was really useful in forming that connection. But maybe that's just me. There's probably lots of people who associate different things with her, work different things, but that is just what worked best for me. I just started reading a book on nocturnal witchcraft. Was wondering if you've ever worked with stuff like this before. Nocturnal witchcraft. I feel like I probably have that book. Let me just check. Let's see. Oh, I've seen this. I haven't read it though. Oh, that's actually really interesting. I feel like I'm gonna need to get that. I feel like I need to see what that's like. I don't really know fully what the book is about. But I have worked many of my spells and rituals at night. For the most part of my practice, I was working at night because it was simply most efficient, and you'll find there's a reason that the witching hour is called the witching hour. It's a really great time. It's peaceful, it's quiet, you're less likely to be distracted, spirits and energies are really strong. It's a really useful time. If you've never done any spells and rituals at night, phenomenal, especially outside. If it's safe to do so, of course, but it's really good. The energy is like nuts at night. Oh, do you know anywhere where I can find out more about elemental spirits and how to connect with them? So, I forget which book it was in. Okay, there's a book in a specific video I've done, and it's the beginner witchcraft book video. It's all about beginner witchcraft books, and there's one book in that list, I think it's called Practical Magick, that has an entire section on working with elemental spirits, and it has got to be one of the best sections on elemental witchcraft I have ever read of any book. So it could be worth checking that out. I unfortunately cannot remember the full title, so if anyone could remember that would be really great. If not, I'm pretty certain it's called Practical Magick. It's in that video. I'm pretty certain it's listed in the description box as well, so that should make it easy to find. And that by far for me was my favourite book on elementals. It's not entirely on elementals, but that is kind of a section in it. What are your thoughts on using a mirror for protection, like a shield to deflect negative energy? Yes. Yes, it's such a good way of doing it, especially if that mirror is locked. That makes it even easier because then it only acts as a reflector and not as a kind of tunnel. So really, really useful for protection magic. Oh, we jumped again. I have to find out where I was. I did not see this. I am so sorry, Paul Stevens. I did not see this. Thank you so, so much. I really am glad that you enjoy it. I mean, that's the whole reason why I do it, is if people enjoy it, then I will keep doing it. But thank you so much. Your support really does mean a lot. And I know I say that every time, but I don't know how else to word it. And thank you so, so much, Wednesday's World. I didn't see this either. I really, really appreciate it. And once again, I'm honestly just glad that people enjoy the live streams. That's the most important thing to me. And thank you so much, Z. I think I'll go with Z because most people are American, so Z. Thank you so much as well. That means a lot. Oh wait, pounds. Z. Because we seem to be the only place that says Z. Everyone else says Z. Right, I've got to figure out where I was again now. Okay, I had to have been above here. So, where was I? Oh, no. Okay, I think I was, wait. I don't think I said thank you for this one either. None of these have popped up for me tonight. Thank you so much, John Duhart, I hope that's right. And also, I love the little, he's got my chair, little GIF thing. Question, do you guys say GIF or do you guys say GIF? Because I've seen so many people say GIF. And now I'm confused because I always thought it was GIF. Maybe I've just been wrong this entire time. Right, figure out where I was. I have read white candles will work when you don't have the prescribed colour. Yes, pretty much. And this largely comes down to the idea of white light. So like white light is every color, which is different than say paint, where like white paint is the absence of color, but a lot of people associate it with light, where white light is the inclusion of all color and therefore it can be used for all intentions. I also like to consider it the equivalent of a blank sheet of paper. It's just a white sheet of paper. You can do anything with it. And that allows you to really easily program it with your own goals and intentions. Some people are the opposite. So some people consider black to be the inclusion of all and white to be the absence of all. And therefore they will use black for every intention and white for just a few. It really depends on which style of belief you follow and what works best for you. I feel like I've answered this one, so I'm going to skip over that one. There's a few questions where I've already answered, even just a few minutes ago, so I will skip over those. This is why I don't curl my hair. It's gone. Where? What? I literally curled my hair right before I came on, and it's already gone. My hair is just like, styling? No, it's not for you. Like, okay, I tried. Where was I? I was somewhere around here. I'm sure I was. Here we go. I would like to know how to deal with bad spirits or tricksters and how to protect from them. So generally any kind of protection magic is good for this. I have a few videos on protection magic, but even just creating a protection bubble is a good option for this kind of thing. When it comes to bad spirits and tricksters, I think tricksters are not quite as common as a lot of people think they are. I mean, they are out there, but they definitely aren't as common. Same with bad spirits. So generally, any protection that will protect against all spirits will also protect against bad spirits and tricksters. It's important just to add that extra information in of if you're doing a protection working, don't just say protect against harmful, negative, or bad spirits, because often tricksters don't technically fall in that category. And so I would just say anything other than positive. And that way you can kind of cover your bases just a little bit more. Can you please give insight about blood magic? Have you used it before in your spells? Is it more powerful? Please provide one simple blood spell. That's not how magic works. I am planning to do one for passing an interview. I am not going to be able to just give you a random simple spell because there's so much that goes behind it. And also, blood is incorporated into spells. Blood is in itself not a style of practice. I don't know how to best describe this. So for instance, if you want to use a tag lock, or you want to associate a ritual or a working with someone, you might want to use a tag lock. If it is for yourself, you might want to use a drop of blood. Some people will use menstrual blood. Some people will use other tag locks such as saliva, hair, nail clippings. And that acts as a tag lock to link that working onto a particular person. So this could be yourself, this could be someone else. So do please bear in mind that these kind of things can be really dangerous to be working with. So make sure that you are using all of your health and safety that you possibly can to make sure that you are staying safe. And these are then added in to link that working onto a particular person, yourself, or someone else. You can also use blood as a power source. So it is life force, and therefore we can add it into a working to add that working an extra oomph. However, you still need a working to add that blood to. And so the blood in itself is an addition to that working rather than a substitute for the rest of the working. It does not necessarily make a working more powerful. It can, but it isn't necessarily guaranteed to do so. And it needs to be done very, very safely in a sterile, safe environment. And so if in doubt, if you're wanting a simple blood spell, that is not something I'm going to be able to give you, because when working with blood and other bodily fluids, we have to be incredibly careful. Simple doesn't come into it because there is so much danger involved in that, from infection, from spreading disease, from getting sick ourselves by using incorrect tools and items. So if you want a job for passing an interview, you can use any number of different spells and add a tag lock into it. That could be something like hair, nail clippings, photograph, full name, date of birth. These things are all really powerful. So for instance, you could use a pouch that you will take with you. It will be in your pocket when you have that interview. And inside it will be herbs and items that represent good luck and prosperity for you. This is going to look very different if you are in certain places. So with some people, they might find local plants are more suitable for them than something that's really far away. So I'd look for some correspondences, things that are associated with good luck and prosperity as well as success. Add those into that pouch. You're going to want to add in something that represents you. So this might be like a piece of your hair. It could be a nail clipping, something like that. Add that in, charge it with your energy, close it, and then carry it around close to you, preferably for a few days before your interview. And that way you can really build up that connection. And then it should help add that energy into your energetic field as you go and do the interview. But yeah, it's one of those where simple and spells for me anyway, don't really go together, and simple and blood magic definitely doesn't go together. Maybe for other people it does, but I always like safety first, typically. Can I connect with Fae on my balcony? Yeah, you can, as long as there's Fae around. So not every location is going to be filled with Fae, but you may well find that there are home Fae, because Fae are not only restricted to being outside, there are many house Fae, particularly in older properties. And so if you have Fae in your local area, you can always start connecting with them as you are in your outside space. Apparently gnomes are part of the Fae. Is this true? They can be. Some people will consider gnomes to be elementals. Some people consider them to be part of the Fae. Personally, I consider them to be both but separate. So I don't consider like elementals and Fae to be the same. So to me, it's just like two things that have been given the same name, but they are different. And that's in my experience. So I would consider them to, in some ways, to be part of the Fae, but maybe not every one of them would be part of the Fae, if that makes sense. Is YouTube your whole source of income? Seems like a lot of resources are being focused into really long streams. They're very costly time-wise. They are very costly time-wise. I will spend basically my entire day preparing for a live stream. It isn't my only source of income, no. I have a witchcraft shop as well, and then I do YouTube as well. So it's kind of like half of my job, basically. But I enjoy doing the streams, and I feel like if I were to only do them for like an hour, I definitely wouldn't be able to get through as many questions as I would want to get through. So this is why I understand that the ads on YouTube and stuff can be really annoying. but so much time goes into making videos and live streams that we kind of have to add them in. I mean, to be fair, during the stream, I didn't intend for them to be on during the stream because I didn't even click that button. But after the stream, when they're on my channel, there are ads because it helps pay for the time that I spend doing the stream. Where was I? Okay, here we go. Are there any metals that are attractive and positive for fae folk? Shiny in some cases. Any besides iron you should keep away from. So when it comes to the fae, it's a massive category. So some fae are going to be really bothered by iron and some fae not so much. Most of the lower level fae, so the fae are kind of in groups, and so you'll find that the solitary fae, the ones that are by themselves, they're individual, what you would possibly consider to be kind of lower fae, as in they aren't in Undine or not Undine, Seelie or Unseelie, that's what I was trying to say. If they aren't part of the Seelie or Unseelie courts, they're considered like individual roaming fae. They are often more bothered by iron than the Seelie and Unseelie courts are, especially the Seelie courts. They're really not bothered all that much, but a lot of fae like shiny. So silver, gold, especially silver in my experience, is really attractive. Things that are sparkly. Now this is not to all fae, of course, but especially like house fae, I have found shiny, anything, even if it's not precious, is really attractive and desirable. And sometimes you'll find that shiny things will go missing. So this could be a key. This could be a single earring. They will often go missing if they're really shiny and really attractive. And then if you ask for them back, they will often give them back, especially if you're willing to give an offering. Could you do some more shorts? I really liked the first one. I will when YouTube gets its act together, because you cannot put thumbnails on YouTube shorts. So at the moment anyway, I think they're working on it. So when YouTube allows me to put like thumbnails on, then I will definitely be posting more shorts. Basically any spell video that I post on Instagram or TikTok, I will move over onto YouTube because I prefer everything being like in one place. But it's really frustrating when you have like the perfect title screen on a short and then YouTube just picks a random still from the middle of the image. So I will probably end up putting like my altar setups on shorts once they get like thumbnails, because that would be really useful. What's your big three in astrology? So I am a Cancer moon. No, I'm not. I'm a Cancer sun. I'm a Capricorn moon and an Aquarius rising. Yes. I always get those wrong simply because Cancer is associated with the moon. So then immediately my brain goes, yes, Cancer moon. No, Cancer sun. I'm never sure how to give perfume as an offering. Can you just spray some, or does it need to be decanted in some way? Just spraying is fine. It's not going to work for every spirit, but especially if you have an ancestor or someone who worked with wore a particular fragrance, then you can spray it around that space to kind of give it as an offering to them, because it's something that they really loved in life. Where was I? I was somewhere around here. I can't find where I was. It jumped and now I'm just like completely lost. I love, someone asked if I'm writing a book and immediately someone responded with, she's trying, but she's a perfectionist. You're right, Kira, I am. I'm really trying. I'm at like 32,000 words. I'm like getting close. But then I reread a chapter and I'm like, No. I need to rewrite that, and then a week later I'll read it again and I'm like, I don't like that, and then I'll rewrite it, and now I'm on like my 10th draft and I'm not getting any closer. So I need to just like specifically like make time to write. That's my problem, is that at the minute I feel guilty about writing, so then I don't write because I feel like it's not work, when in reality technically it is work. I just feel bad about it. And this is the issue that I've got, is that I feel guilty relaxing, but I feel guilty working because I feel like I'm not working on the right things, and then it's just like a spiral. Complete spiral. Do you have any spell ideas? I want to practice my spell work, but I don't know what I want to do. In which case, it's probably worth practicing the techniques without any of the energy behind it. So practice your circle casting, practice sensing energy, practice chant work, and then when it's time to do a spell and you know what you want to do, you'll understand trance work and you'll understand circle casting if you want to do that, or laying a compass, or any of these things that you might want to do. It's a way of practicing your skills without having to have a purpose behind it other than practicing your skills. Or protection magic is a great thing to try and do because that's really effective quickly, because you're doing it on yourself usually, and it allows you to practice different techniques at the same time. I found eaten fruit pieces or garbage pieces on my altar one day. I woke up and I'm sure that I didn't leave them there, and I'm sure that they didn't get left there by an animal. What's the meaning? Unfortunately, without knowing the full situation of like the living environment, I'm never going to be quite sure. It could be a spirit, it could also be another person, or something that has been done in passing and it's been forgotten about. It's really difficult to say. You could always ask if they could do it again and see if it happens again. Where was I? Oh, this is the dream bit. Huh. I've gotten quite far, actually. Why do I have what even is that? It's something from a musical of some kind. I'm not sure. I don't know why I've got that in my head of all pieces of music. I cannot figure out. Okay, is it okay for me to use part of the Charmed logo, the rose, as my personal sigil? Is it personal to you, or is it just something that you like? Is the question that I have. Because a rose doesn't belong to anyone. Like, a rose is just a plant. So is the rose actually associated closely with you and that's why you want to use it? Or is it because you like the way the rose appears in the Charmed logo and that's why you want to use it? Because when it comes to personal sigils, I mean, I would personally make it from names. Full names are amazing because that, along with symbols that really resonate with you, is a great way of making something really personal, rather than just taking things that perhaps we like, because the things that we like can constantly change. Whereas something like our name isn't necessarily going to change. And I will preface this by saying that if you are planning on changing your name, then you can simply get rid of the old sigil and create a new personal sigil with your new name. You don't need to continue using dead names or names that you no longer associate with, whether you are changing your name or whether it is like marriage and you're changing your surname. You can get rid of your old sigil and then create a new one to fit with your new name. But I often find that that makes it more personal than just using things that we like, because we can change the things that we like on a daily, even hourly basis, whereas usually we keep names for considerably longer, even if we do change them. So, I mean, you can, as long as you feel a deep enough connection to what you're using, then that is something that you can do. Oh, it's from The Sound of Music. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Do, do, do. I don't know why I suddenly got that in my head. I always get this. That's not even the kind of music that I listen to. If you want to know the kind of music I listen to, feel free to follow me on Instagram, because I will randomly post bits of music that I like. It is not The Sound of Music. So when I feel like one of you must have The Sound of Music in your head. That must be what this is. I'm saying that jokingly. It probably is not the case. But, like, I don't know where these pieces of music come from. I'll randomly be here and there'll just be, like, a piece of jazz music in my head. And I'm like, I don't listen to jazz. I mean, I'm not opposed to jazz, but I don't actively listen to it. I don't even remember the last time I watched The Sound of Music. So, I don't know. One of you out there has probably got The Sound of Music in your head, and now I do too. Is it wrong to use a witch's code excuse to get out of uncomfortable conversations? No. No, I don't think so. The problem that is often had is that in certain locations, primarily places where witchcraft is still illegal, and that is a thing, or in locations where there is a lot of hostility towards anything other than the general faith, I'm talking about you, Bible Belt in America, there is a lot of stigma around witchcraft. It's seen as very taboo, and it's also quite dangerous if you are caught into a conversation with the wrong person. And unfortunately, I have seen this happen myself. There was a witchcraft shop where I used to live where the Christian community threw bricks through the windows and tried to physically attack the owners of the shop. It can be very dangerous, depending on where you live. And that is an awful thing that should not be happening, but it does still happen. And there are people around the world who are still persecuted for practicing witchcraft. And sometimes that ends better than other times. And so if you have to say it's the witch's code, if it means that you are keeping yourself safe from a potentially dangerous situation, then you can do that. Like, I know that some people might say, oh no, you shouldn't do that, that's lying. But the reality is if it means that you are going to stay safe and that you are going to get out of that conversation without something happening, then say it. Say whatever you have to do to get out of that potentially very dangerous situation. And to be fair, just say that you're oathbound. Because plenty of Wiccan covens and other covens have specific information that is private. Unless you are initiated into that coven, you do not have access to that information. So just say, it is oathbound, I cannot speak of it. Whatever the wording is, if you want to say that there's a witch code, whatever it is, to get yourself out of it, then that's better than being in a dangerous situation. Oh, now we've moved on to something else. Okay. Then again, I'm not really sure I could recreate the music that I like, because I can't like scream. I don't mean like, I mean like metal scream. Like, I can't do that. My voice just goes, no. I don't even know how they do it. How do they not hurt themselves doing it? I don't understand. Right, where was I? I was somewhere around here. Did you continue with Chilling Adventures after season 1? Yeah, I've seen all of it except the last season. I actually had intended to do more of what the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina got right. Is that something that you would want to watch if I did it for season 2? Because I've done it for season 1, sort of. I did it for like a few episodes of season 1. Is that something you'd like me to continue to do more of those, like, what Witchcraft got right about the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina? I am planning on doing what Witchcraft got right about practical magic. That is something that I'm planning on doing. So, yeah, but I kind of want to continue watching the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, but I'm not sure if it's something that people would want to see in a video. Do you have any recommendations for judging if a book or video article is a good source? Yes, I have a video on the subject. It is called Vetting... Oh god, I'm gonna have to get up my own channel. Vetting Witchcraft Resources, was that what I called it? And it's all about how you can tell whether a resource is legitimate, is it good, is it not good? Where is it? God, this was a long time ago. Yikes. Blimey hell. Didn't think it was this long ago. It's so long ago that I can't even see it in my list. Oh my goodness, was it 2020? I don't know where it was. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, this one. It was 2021. Right, anyway, I have this now. So it's this one. That video that I've just linked in the chat. That is the vetting resources if you want to know whether a book or something is something that you might be interested in, because it might not be. And sometimes the advertising is kind of deceptive. Where was I? Yeah, I have a question here about chakras. I don't work with the chakras, so I am not well versed in anything of the sort, I'm afraid. Thoughts on Lost Girl? Absolutely love it, adore it. I watched it when it came out. I fell in love with it. I haven't seen the last season because that was like 4 years behind the rest of the seasons, but Kenzie, I want everything that she wears. And Bo, actually. I just want everything that they wear in my wardrobe. Honestly, that's probably like style goals. When I started like dressing more like this, I think it was like a mix of Bo and Kenzie, just like, yes please, all of the above. It's also a great show, by the way. It's like a fantasy show where there's like two groups. There's like the Seelie and Unseelie court, and they are like feuding with each other. It's really, really good. How do I start a bond with a particular animal spirit? I've done a lot of research on the animal, but what do I do now? Or do you have any book recommendations on the topic? I don't have any book recommendations, but I suppose the question is this an animal that you can actively be around? And if it is, then I would recommend being around them. If it isn't, then is it something that you can be in the environment of? Because it's much easier to connect with a spirit if you are able to be within their space, within their habitat, within their environment. Do you have bones that you are planning on working with or not? Because in which case doing some meditations with that is really good. If you don't have bones, then a picture, an image, an oracle card of that particular animal through meditation, through dream magic, place it under your pillow with a specific intention, of all good ways to kind of start that spirit energy coming through into your life, essentially. Right. What do black cats mean to you? I think they are absolutely adorable, and if I wasn't severely allergic to cats, I would have one. Like cats, was it... This is really true. So like, what do black cats mean for you? Have you ever had one? Do you like cats? What is a deep bite? Was it a deep bite or more playful or annoying one? What did the colour feel like in how it was important to you? And these are like super useful questions for dream work, like 100%. And like, I know this is going back to the dream magic question again, but I just caught up with it. But like, literally just keep a notebook for your dreams and how each dream made you feel. I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but like, if you have like a book, don't just write down like what was happening in that dream, write down how that dream made you feel, because that might give you a further indication of what they're trying to tell you. Because you might think, for instance, like I do, that black cats are the cutest things ever. But if that black cat comes to you in a dream that's really, really scary, then the association of that black cat may well be with something negative. And you can then figure out what that dream means by piecing together not only how that dream made you feel, but also what that animal represents to you. So that's a good way of doing dreams as well. And I just thought of that like now. I probably should have mentioned that like 20 minutes ago, but I'm here now. Oh, jumped. Figure out where I was again. Yeah, I thought, sorry, I'm getting to the GIF thing again. I genuinely thought it was GIF as well, with like a G, like gift, GIF. But there were some people who were like, GIF. I'm like, it's not a GIF. Like, it's a GIF. Tut, Berry Pop, don't you know you should never ask a lady her age? And you just generally shouldn't anyway. It's kind of, I don't know, it's one of those like questions that's just like, I'm not going to answer it either. I'm just going to continue to be ambiguous. Where was I? Okay, I think I was here. I kind of, I was answering questions as I was going up. Now, this was about the spirit section, so I was somewhere around here. I've noticed that I'm having the same questions being answered again that I've already answered. A few of these questions that are being repeated again and again, I've already answered earlier in the chat, and so I'm not going to re-answer them again for people who've been here for the entire time. Practical Solitary Magic. Yes, that was the book about with the elementals in that was really, really enjoyable. Have you heard or read of Slewfoot, A Tale of Bewitchery by Gerald Brom? No, but that sounds like the most amazing name. That sounds fantastic. Oh, that's got to be added to my list. Yes. That sounds so good. Okay, where was I? What are your thoughts on love spells, and are they really as dangerous as TikTok says? Okay, I say this in every single live stream. This is one question where this is one answer that I will repeat. Please, 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 everyone out there, TikTok is not a reliable resource. There may be reliable people on TikTok, but TikTok as a whole is not a reliable resource. So love spells is an umbrella term. So it covers everything from, say, sex magic with a romantic partner or multiple partners. It involves amplification of romantic love carried out by two people in a group setting. It can be self-love spells. It can be platonic love spells. It can be like love spells with family members, to strengthen the familial love. It can also be spells to make you more attractive to other people, to have a more loving persona that draws people in. It can also be to attract people into your life. It can also be specific spells targeted to force another person to love you. And the problem with TikTok and social media in general, I see this all the time, is that I see people being like, you're a terrible person, you cast a love spell. And it's like, life isn't that simple. Life genuinely is far more nuanced than that. And there are so many different types of spells that fall under a love spell, some of which are part of group rituals with a couple who are working together to strengthen their love and their relationship. That is as valid a love spell as a self-love spell that is designed to make you love yourself a little bit more. That's as valid a love spell as a spell designed to force someone to love you. They all fall under the category. It's a bit like saying that all good luck spells are evil and people are evil if they cast good luck spells, because the reality is that the real world is far too nuanced to say that every single thing under a category is bad when it comes to witchcraft, because there's just way too much going on there. So it also entirely depends on personal opinion and personal perspective, as well as tradition and culture. We cannot have Western spirituality erasing other spiritualities that have different ethics, different beliefs, different traditions. Just because our Western spirituality that we often see portrayed in the media does not like spells that take away free will, that then doesn't give us the right to erase the existence of these kind of forms of magic in traditions that are outside of our own. I think that's really important to also remember. We cannot demonize something just because it's not part of our culture and tradition. That belongs to someone else and it's part of their culture and their tradition, and we don't get to dictate that we don't like that, therefore you're not allowed to do it. You know what I mean? So for me, as far as I'm concerned, every individual is free to make their own decision on what they do. That doesn't mean that I'm going to agree with everything that everyone does, but it's also not my right to tell someone what they can and cannot do with their own magical practice. It's all up to their own personal experiences. And also, the sliding scale is different for everyone. So for one person, sex magic might be evil to them. To another person, sex magic might be fine, but domination work might be evil to them. To another person, there might be no magic that's evil. It's all based on circumstances. And that sliding scale is very individual per person. And I think we just have to be really careful I see it a lot on TikTok being like, this is bad because I think it's bad. And I can't help but think that like, one person cannot decide that something is bad. Like the overridingness of Western spirituality over everything isn't, we can't just erase things because we feel uncomfortable by it. I hope that makes sense. It's something I see so much that like I have this like essay in my head of things that I have seen on TikTok, and it stresses me out. TikTok kind of scares me because like I've seen things on TikTok and I'm like, oh boy, that is going to make a lot of people really confused in the future, because like millions of people will have watched it, and it's like they're going to take that information and they're not going to fact check it, and then it's going to confuse them later on, and it's like basic health and safety as well. That's like, yeah. I'm not opposed to TikTok in general, by the way. I don't think that TikTok creators are inherently bad. I just think that the algorithm has a way of promoting content that is very dramatic and like it's very clicky, like clickbaity, like the shocking content gets views, so people make more extreme shocking content, and it's also not enough time for you to legitimately give warnings, and so things are just like posted without any hazards. There's no like warning stickers on anything, and I think it has the potential to set beginners especially up to having issues down the line. So where's this one? How do I know if a spirit agrees to be my familiar? How do I ask them? So usually this is through trance, through journeying, through meditation, through dreams. It is an agreement that is usually, well, it can be sealed with a sigil, which acts as a contract that has been created. Sometimes the spirit will also give the practitioner their name, which is something that it typically would not do under any other circumstances, because names hold power. And that is sometimes the exchange that is done. It's like a name for a name. It gives both parties leverage, essentially, in that agreement. And so sometimes you will find that people will create a sigil of their familiar's name. And that sigil then acts as essentially a calling card, that when that sigil is charged, or when the name is called, then the familiar will return to the space where that sigil is, and that kind of thing. So it's going to vary depending on practitioner, depending on the style of practice, but sometimes it is that like name switch, sometimes it is an agreement that is made through journeying, trance, dreams, meditation, those kind of things. Generally you will know because it is more of a formal agreement than a loose acceptance. How important is it that you practice based on the land in your local area? It doesn't have to be important. It's important for some people more than others. Some people don't have the ability to do that. I mean, if you're moving around, for instance, if you're in the armed forces, you maybe aren't going to be able to kind of take roots with your magical practice. And so it's more about the things that you can have from one place to another. And so I don't necessarily think it's the be-all, end-all, but it can be incredibly useful if that's the kind of things that, if that's the kind of thing you want to work with, then it can be really useful, but it isn't necessarily a requirement. Can you accept gifts from the Fae? Yes, under certain circumstances. So I'm gonna, once again, this is another one of those topics where there is no catch-all answer. It's nuanced. So a lot of people, TikTok, will say that you are not allowed to do this ever under any circumstances. And it is far more nuanced than that. So a lot of people will, for instance, ask Fae if they can, like, if you formed that working relationship, they will ask, are you able to find me this particular plant in the local area, for instance? I've been really after this plant and I would love to know if it's in the local area. And you might find that you wake up one day and a part of the plant that you have been searching for months and months and months in your local area is on your doorstep. And in which case, that is an agreement that has been formed. You have asked a member of the Fae if they can help you find a particular plant that they are probably more well versed in than you are. You will then have offered to give them something in return. This is probably an offering. And then they have gone, okay, I agree to that. So I will go and fetch this plant and you will give me an offering. That is an agreement. And so that gift that they have given you, you can take because it's an agreement. You have closed that agreement off. The danger that you've got, and the reason people warn against taking gifts from the Fae, is because if that gift is given without any pre-warning, so you have not really interacted with them that much, you haven't really formed any deep relationships, you don't really know who you're working with yet, there's been no agreement made, and suddenly you get a gift from the Fae. By taking that gift, you are essentially giving yourself a bit of an issue, because what can happen is they go, oh, you accepted the gift, therefore I get one of my choosing. And you can set yourself up to be almost in like a headlock with the Fae, because you've kind of got yourself into a situation where you accepted a gift without like giving something in return, and therefore they can then ask for anything in return of any volume. And so that is really the problem with accepting gifts from the Fae. However, once again, witchcraft is nuanced. There is no one-size-fits-all answer. And so there are many situations, if you've got a really good working relationship with a particular member of the Fae, if you have got an agreement where you are giving offerings every single day or every single week, and that agreement has been going for months, then gifts from the Fae are not a headlock situation. Instead, it's you are giving me something, so occasionally I will give you something in return, and it doesn't necessarily have to be this dangerous situation that a lot of people tend to think it is. So it's one of those where, like, there is no one answer. Oh, Molly Roberts. Oh my goodness, Mama Juju, you've got the name of the lady that I'm thinking of. So I'm pretty certain, let me just double check, hang on. So earlier I was after the name of the YouTuber who incorporates art into their witchcraft. It is Molly Roberts is the person that I'm after. Yes, that is the person I'm after, and they have a YouTube channel where they incorporate it in about witchcraft, and it's really cool. So that's who I was thinking of all those minutes ago, like 2 hours ago. We figured it out. So yes, where was I? Okay, if I find little animal bones in the forest, how do I ask the spirit if I can pick it up or not? Also, any tips on knowing if it's a yes or a no? If I normally feel nothing when I ask out loud. So basically you just ask is honestly the answer. You can ask in your head, you can push your energy out into that bone and then draw it back in again and see what feeling you get from it after you've asked that question. That could be really good if you aren't sensing energy all of the time and only when you're actively trying. If it's a yes, it will usually be a strong yes. You might feel gravitated towards picking it up. You might feel even more drawn to it than you were before. If it's a no, then you will feel really repulsed by it. You'll almost automatically take a step back from it. And if it's nothing, then that's kind of a few options. I would take it as a no, but it may also be that the spirit of the animal is no longer attached to the bones. Oftentimes, you will find that the head is considered the center of that spirit. It is the spirit house, the spirit vessel. And that's why a lot of people, when they have spirit vessels, they will use skulls to represent that spirit. The head has traditionally, throughout centuries, been considered the source, the store of that soul. And this is why people would like put heads on spikes and stuff during wars. Maybe not everywhere in the world, but in England it was seen as that for a while. At least as far as my memory goes. I might be thinking of something completely different. And so you might find that the little bones that you're finding, the spirit might not even be attached to those anymore. The spirit might actually be attached to the skull. And so you might want to try, if you can find the skull, to work with that and then see if you get a response from that, because I found I have a much stronger response to skulls than I do to anything else. This is why I have a skull here, I have a skull here. I really like working with skulls. They have an energy that other bones to me just don't have quite as much. So that could be worth trying if it's not worked for you up until this point. Thoughts on atheist witchcraft? I don't really have any, honestly. If it works for you, then it works for you. And that is really all that matters. I mean, the main goal of witchcraft and magical practice is magical result. And so regardless of how you get that result, no matter what your belief system is, as far as I'm concerned, if you're having successful result, that is a success. And so whether that is through atheist witchcraft, or whether that's through Catholic witchcraft, or whether that's through Celtic pagan witchcraft, whatever it is, like if it works, it works. And that really is all that matters on it. So to me, I'm not really fussed what people do, what people believe in, or what they don't. All is good. What's a fae? So a fae is, the fae is an umbrella term of spirits. So there are many different types of fae, but they're all similar enough to fall under the umbrella term of fae. This also applies to things like demons. Demon is an umbrella term with lots of different spirits that fall underneath it. So the fae are often things like elves, pixies, boggarts, brownies, these kind of spirits, and we can work with them if we choose to in our magical practice, or we can just let them be and do their own thing, whatever it is that we feel drawn to. Are goblins fae to you? They are, yes. In some areas, they do sort of walk the line between demon and fae because of how they behave in certain areas. And this can also be seen with things like the red caps. They behave almost like a demon, but a lot of people will have them fall under the fae. So I would have them fall under the fae. Goblins fall under the fae for me as well, but they, depending on their personality, they can be like a little close to the edge, or they can be in the middle. But once again, that's a bit like people. Not every person is going to have the same personality. The same applies to the fae. Do you still have the fae deck that makes your nose bleed? I do, and I think I will always keep that deck. I know people, every time I brought it up, people are like, just get rid of it. Why do you keep it? Just get rid of it. It's like, no, because that is, one, everyone I know who has come in contact with it, it's made them feel awful. So for me anyway, I work on the principle of it is far safer being with me, where it's in a confined space, where it can just do its own thing, than me just giving it to someone, or even worse, selling it to someone, which I would never do. It's covered in like dry blood from like all the nosebleeds. TMI, I'm sorry. But like I couldn't give that away. And also, as far as I can tell, it has like spirit attachments onto it. That's kind of where I'm at now with figuring out what's going on with it. And so to burn that deck or to dispose of that deck is just going to piss them off even more. So I keep it in, I have a cabinet now and I have a drawer with my decks in it. It's in the drawer with the rest of the decks. It seems to get on fine with all of the other decks, just not me. I appear to be the common denominator. It does not like me. So I am just going to keep it in that cabinet and go from there. Once again, I will say it again, I cannot unfortunately do anything about the ads. There is nothing I can do about it, so please try and not clog up the chat by mentioning the ads, because I will try and get it so that they don't come up next time. I didn't realise they were going to come up at all this time during the stream, but yeah, there is nothing I can do about it until I get off the stream anyway. So unfortunately, it is simply an annoyance that lasts for probably, 15 seconds, I hope. It's not anything longer than that, but yeah. It's an annoyance, but not much else. How do we find out our big three in astrology? I was lost at that question. So the big three is part of your natal chart. So this is the mapping of where all of the planets fall within the 12 houses at the time of your birth. Typically, to find a rising sign, you also need to have not only your date of birth, but also your time of birth, as well as the location. And you can go to a professional astrologer, which would probably be better for people who aren't well versed in astrology, and also for people who don't know their birth time. Because if you go to an astrologer, they can correct your birth chart based off what's happened in your life to find essentially your birth time, and then you can find your rising sign. Or you can do it online, but do remember that Some of them are not going to be right. I've done my natal chart on a few different websites, and only one of them has got it right based off the information that I know as a 100%. And so just be careful, like try different sites. Some of them are not going to be right. If in doubt, go to an astrologer. And also they're trained in it. Like they will specifically map things based off you. It's not just like an algorithm that you put the information in and it just like spits something out. Where was I? I think I was here. When doing your work, is it based off Verdict the chart? Wait, I have no idea what this question is, I'm afraid. I'm not going to be able to give any answer to that. Have you heard of the Wand Maker's Guidebook? I haven't, but that sounds interesting. Let's have a look. The Wand Maker's Guidebook. 2006. Wow. Oh, okay, I think I know what this is. So there was a series of books that came out in the early 2000s, and one was like on wizards and one was on dragons, and they were like children's books with like a magical flair. Is that what this is? Let's see what it says. Learn all the secrets of wand making from the wand master himself. I think this might be what this is. Yes, reading age 7 to 10. Yeah, that's what this is. So I think this is part of that same series. So many people found witchcraft through the that's it, the wizardology. That's the other one. So, sorry, I'm getting dead excited because I've not seen this book in years. A lot of people were drawn to witchcraft because of the wizardology book, which looks like it's like part of the same kind of series. And yeah, I think it's kind of along that same line. Yeah, they're the books, the Dragonology and Wizardology. God, I've seen those books so many times as being like, people have said like, oh, this was the reason why I got into witchcraft. And I had never seen the books before that point, and it was like, wow, I didn't even know that these existed. But now I've not seen them in so many years. You can occasionally find them in like charity shops, which is always fun. Will you ever try looking for a different distributor? There are so many artists that ship clay stuff all over the world, even if it's breakable. I bet there are better options for you. Yeah, the problem that people have at the minute, I think, is restrictions are so tight. Almost anything can be shipped out of America, but very few things can be shipped in. And things just go missing. And people are small businesses. And that's the problem, is that people... It's an Amazon world, right? It's a world where people are like, oh, just send me a new one. It's not arrived. And it's like, that is so much money for me to make a new product and send you out a new product because it hasn't arrived. I'm not Amazon. Or, you know, you'll get it where you'll send a statue out and then someone will say, oh, well, it went missing. Can you just send me another one? And it's like, well, no, because that was the last one that I had like that. So I've now got to start this entire process again to get a new one out to you because American shipping messed it up. So, yeah, we unfortunately live in an Amazon world and it sucks. I think most small businesses can agree that this I placed my order last night, why hasn't it been delivered yet kind of world is stressful for small businesses. Can I use a Christian rosary to pray to non-Christian gods, or is that disrespectful? Unfortunately, I am not going to be able to give you an answer on that. I would recommend trying to find a magical practitioner who works with Christian archetypes, Christian tools, Christian items, or even Catholic items, and see if what they feel on the subject as a practitioner and also a follower of the religion. Because as someone who has not been a part of either, I unfortunately can't really say. Do you have any book recommendations on draconic witchcraft? Now, I always forget, because there's two kind of words that sound really similar. Is this dragon witchcraft? Because if it is, then the one that I'm currently reading, I know I've been reading it for months, I've been really behind, is Is it Dragon Magic? By DJ Conway. I need to... Dancing with Dragons by DJ Conway is the one that I'm currently reading. I like it. I have not read that many books on the subject though, so there may well be better books out there on the subject. Oh no, I didn't know that. DJ Conway's died. I mean, they died like 4 years ago, but I didn't know. Oh no. Well, that's sad. Anyway, I can't stop the live stream because I'm sad. Where was I? Are there any herbs you would consider essential for beginner witches? Not a single one. If you're a beginner, stick to your energy work, your basic practices, centering, grounding, visualization, energy manipulation, energy sensing. These things are all going to be really useful and make up like the foundation of your magical practice. Anything on top of that is really a bonus. Herbs, crystals, other items like candles are tools that we can add into our practice, but they aren't a necessity for it. So I'd recommend sticking with your energy work and then building from there, working with herbs that are things that you can grow, things that you can find locally, and then kind of building on that over time. But no, I don't think any herbs are essential for anyone, really. What do you think about spirits interacting through flickering lights? I asked a spirit to confirm its presence in our building, and the lights flickered. Legit? Question mark? It entirely depends on whether the lights flicker all of the time. You will often find that spirits draw on energy, and so that energy can come from lights. I have often found that electronics just die really quickly, and so there may well be a really simple explanation. A loose cable, some water somewhere. And if it happens all of the time, like if like on a daily basis it will be happening, I don't necessarily think you should accept it per se. But if this is like something that you don't see and this is the first time that it's happened, then potentially, yeah. It jumped again. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to assume it was kind of here. Kind of? Oh. I'm gonna have to figure out where I was. Ah, here. Now, this is definitely where I was. Salem, please, in all capitals. Okay, I'll have to have a look at Salem then, see what it's like. I think I've probably seen the first episode. It's like a really pretty lady with like dark hair and like a poppet, like a mandrake root thing that was put under someone's bed. Was that Salem? In which case I think I might have seen the first few episodes and then no more, but I will have to check it out because that was really interesting. Opinion on male witches. I mean, I don't really have one. A witch is a witch. Doesn't matter how you identify, doesn't matter what your gender expression is. If you practice witchcraft, you can call yourself a witch. I mean, it's been that way for a long time. It's only really recently that we're seeing people refuse to accept male witches. I mean, people that were accused during the witch trials, 25% of them were men. So for hundreds of years, men have been identified as being witches. It's really only recently that we're seeing the whole if you're not a woman, you are not a witch idea. And a male witch is a witch. A witch is a witch. As far as I'm concerned, that's just how it is for me. And if people choose to identify themselves differently, then that's a personal choice, you know? Some people will choose to refer to themselves as sorcerers or magicians, but that's all an individual thing. What's the most recent working that you've done? If you don't mind sharing, of course. I finished off a communication working. That's the one that I finished most recently. What's your favourite recent working, if you don't mind sharing? My favourite one, I have to skirt around the edges of this one a little bit because I can't, spirits were involved, so I can't really say too much. But it was the best way I can describe it was like a stop being a dick working. And it seemed to work. I mean, I got results from it really quickly, like the next day. It was like, whoa, that was quick. This is why I like working with spirits for workings. But that was my favorite, because that was like a so fast turnaround that was. Do you think it's okay to put a binding spell on yourself against bad habits? I mean, I don't see really anything wrong with it. If anything, a lot of people would find that better than doing a binding spell on someone who doesn't know the spell is being cast. So I guess, if it doesn't work, you can just undo the binding spell and try something different. So I don't really think there's much harm in giving it a go. A great book I recently bought was Buckland's Complete Book of Witchcraft by Raymond Buckland. A great book for beginners. It is. I have it. I can't pick it up because it's under stuff. The only thing I will say with it is that it's Wicca. It's Wiccan witchcraft really heavily, because I mean Raymond Buckland is the gentleman who brought witchcraft to North America, like Wicca to North America. Very heavy Wiccan influence. It does have a lot of good information in it. You just have to bear in mind that there is quite a lot of Wiccan influence in there. Did you study or buddy with anyone to learn witchcraft, or was it something you studied alone? I mostly studied it alone, so I started learning kind of intuitively. I didn't realize that it was not normal until I realized that other people weren't doing it, and then I was like, oh, this isn't normal. And then I found a book in the library that kind of was all about Wiccan witchcraft, and so I started diving into that and would take like notebooks with me to the library to write everything down. And then gradually I kind of built up my own collection and started working with another person who was learning witchcraft, or like a few people who were learning witchcraft. And then I ended up working with some people online, like learning from people online when that was starting to be a thing. Like I got access to the internet when I was like a teenager. And then slowly I started working with covens and groups, and then I went back to being solitary again. So it's kind of been like a mix of different things. Like I've not solely worked alone, but equally I work more alone than I do with other people. What do you do with the representations of the elements after a spell that we put around a pentagram? Do I toss them out? Do you need to toss them out? Are they things that actually need to be tossed out, or are they things that you can reuse? Because if anything, if you are wanting to work with the elements, then throwing things away unnecessarily is really only going to piss off the elementals. So, I mean, most of the things that we will put around a pentagram, things like a candle, incense, a cup of salt, what else would it be? Like a cup of water. These things, of course, if the incense is gone, if the candle is burned out, if the water is going to go stale, then of course we can dispose of those accordingly. But a lot of people will also work with a feather, a stone, things that don't necessarily need to be thrown out, and in which case keep them for the next time you do that working. I'd say generally if we're working with the elements, especially if you want to work with elementals, then I would say keep as much stuff as you can. That way you are not going to annoy them by getting rid of things unnecessarily, especially if it has the potential to damage the environment. But where was I? I just opened my editing software. I don't want to do that. Where was I? Not sure. I was mocked for not believing in the threefold rule. Could I get an opinion? Let's put it this way. The threefold law is a part of the Wiccan tradition. The Wiccan tradition that was really only formally consolidated in the late 1930s, released to the public in the 1950s. I don't really understand why people choose to shame people for something that was created 70 years ago, when witchcraft as a whole has been seen, and magical practice outside of witchcraft has been seen for thousands of years. As far as I'm concerned, everyone is welcome to believe whatever they choose to believe. Individual faith is just that, it's individual faith. I do always, however, have a problem with people, especially people within the Wiccan community, overriding pre-existing witchcraft beliefs, which were primarily twofold. They were cursing and curing, with modern day ethics that have been added on as part of a new religion. I'm always happy for people to have their own belief systems. It's just, I don't think that the Wiccan Rede and the Wiccan Rule of Three is suitable for everyone, especially people who don't even follow the Wiccan tradition. So it is what it is. People will always say it. You'll see it on comments everywhere. I wouldn't necessarily take it to heart in any way. Everyone's practice is going to be entirely unique and not everyone follows the same practice. Can you work with mythological heroes that aren't necessarily deities? Yes, I think so. I mean, it's a large part of pop culture magic, and technically, I suppose Hercules can fall under pop culture if it's the Disney version. But yeah, people have followed these heroes and characters from mythology for a long time. And although they aren't technically heroes, no, they aren't technically gods, you get to a point where people follow their stories as though they are gods. And so in the end, it all just kind of starts blurring together. So I don't see anything wrong with it, personally. How can one best connect with a specific ancestor without knowing their older or deceased family members? I have a full video on working with ancestors that has an entire section on the unknown dead, which should help in this regard. What is your experience with seers? Advice to help seers with what they see, how to handle what they see. Therapy. I'm not even joking in that it can be incredibly useful, because sometimes people with foresight and other such gifts will see things that they don't necessarily want to see, and I think being able to effectively process emotions and experiences in a healthy way is so useful for everyone, not just people who experience foresight in their practice, but generally. And then the other advice that I can give is to look at everything without experiencing everything. And I know that that can be kind of difficult, but it's being able to observe something as a bystander instead of emotionally connecting with everything that you are seeing and allowing it to take over your thoughts and your feelings and everything of that nature. And that's really difficult to do, but that's a massive help, I think, for people who do see things as seers do, which is often sometimes quite frequently. I think that can be really useful as a way of kind of compartmentalizing it in a way so it's not impacting your daily life too severely. Do you still use crystals in your practice? If so, what's your favorite way to use them? I will add them into other things. So I will typically not use crystals alone, though sometimes I do. I instead often add them into other things with sigils and herbs and other items, and that's typically how I like to use them. I'm very basic in that regard. I just like stick them in other things, and that's how I easily use them. Some of these questions I've inadvertently answered while answering other questions, so I'm gonna go for this one. Do you know the Little Book of Witchcraft? I've heard of it, yes, but having had a look at it, it is tiny. Oh, it's this one. I remember it by the old cover. Let's see. Little Book of Witchcraft. Come on, Goodreads, come through. Here we go. Interesting. It has a surprisingly good number of reviews. I'll be honest though, Goodread reviews I usually take with a pinch of salt, because most of them are just generic. They're like, it was a good read. I'm like, that doesn't tell me if it was useful. I want to know if this non-fiction book about witchcraft was useful to the practice of witchcraft. I don't need to know if it was just an enjoyable, fun read. I mean, they seem to like it. I'd have to give it a read myself to see if I feel the same way. But I mean, it seems like a cheap, cheerful, easily accessible book that's really good for beginners. So perhaps it could be good. Do you have a personal grimoire or book of shadows? I can't remember if you've ever mentioned it before. I do. I have a lot. I think I'm on book 16 now. or something ridiculous. And I've not written in it in a long time, because most of my workings I will never repeat. And honestly, I probably should write workings down. I think that would be a good way of doing it, but I typically I typically don't write in them. See, someone said that the scene with the mandrake under the bed sounds like Merlin and Morgana, and it does. But I'm so confused. I don't know why I remember it. And like the guy became ill, and because she wanted power, and I don't know. I need to like see like the plan for episode 1, but it's not going to give me any like concept. I'm going to have to watch it again, honestly. I'm going to have to watch it again and see what I think of it, because it's been so long since I even thought of watching it. Oh yeah, I mean, if this is in regard to shipping places. It's what happened with the European shipping is that we had European shipping for a long time. We had a European shipping for like 3 or 4 years. And then all of a sudden, before, like in like 2021 into 2022, every single parcel, and I mean like basically like 9 out of 10 parcels that we were shipping out were disappearing, and we couldn't figure out where they were. We couldn't find them. No one could tell us any information on it, and I think I lost hundreds of pounds refunding people whose parcels were stuck in their country. Like they were stuck in like Germany and in Denmark, and we couldn't figure out how to get these parcels out because Royal Mail was saying, well, we don't have it anymore, it's there, and they were saying, oh, we don't have it. And then like 3 months later, people were getting their parcels, or we were just getting the parcels back again. And international shipping has been an absolute nightmare. So yeah, I had to turn off international shipping on the website because hundreds of pounds, we were just leeching money because we were having to keep giving refunds. And sometimes we just never saw the parcels ever again. Like they're still just missing somewhere. So, yeah, that's kind of why I ended up stopping that. I mean, I'd love it if we could do it again in a way that would work. Like that would be great. So maybe I should try it again. But I know lots of people who've now had to stop international shipping for the same reason. So I think it's a Brexit problem, honestly, because it kind of all started after that. So yeah, I think you mixed Pan's Labyrinth. I've never seen Pan's Labyrinth. So if I've mixed Pan's Labyrinth in, that was a complete accident. Pan's Labyrinth is the one with that thing that does this. Yeah, with the bald thing with the eyes. Is that Pan's Labyrinth? I've never seen it. I just know from the poster that there's a thing. Interesting. I'll have to check that out as well. Is that in a different language? I feel like I've tried to watch it. I tried to watch it once and it was just like in a different language. And I don't mind watching like subbed stuff, but I have to be in the right mood to watch subbed stuff because like you have to actually watch the screen. And usually I'm like doing 12 other things. Do you primarily practice solo? I do. Now I do, yeah. How do you start a coven? So you would probably need a group of like-minded people. Preferably you will already know each other because that's the easiest way to kind of make sure everyone's energies are right, make sure everyone's on the same page. You can also reach out to other practitioners, but you have to make sure that everyone is going to work together, both personality-wise and energy-wise, to have them all in that space together. Typically, covens will also meet together bi-monthly, at least once a month, to do any rituals. And then you would also probably learn together. You'd probably be expected to teach less experienced members or potential members in your style of the craft so that you can get everything to work. Yeah, there's a reason that there's not as many covens as there used to be, and that's because it's just so much work. Can you do more reactions? I can. I actually have another reaction video that's going up on Patreon this week. I'm so behind on work. I need to catch up with everything, but I have another reaction video going up on Patreon this week. And then I'm hoping to do a few more in the future, but I have to kind of like space them out. How old is that storm spell? You know what? I actually don't know. I was taught it by someone else. Oh, when was I given that spell? Like 2007? I don't know. Like mid 2000s, I think I was given that spell, and that spell wasn't new then. So I honestly don't know. I think it's just one that's been passed from person to person to person. And then I got it. And I've been using it ever since. Have you ever done spell work in dreams or in the astral? I've been given information in both, but I've never actively practiced in either. Mostly because I've never really felt comfortable to, or I've never really needed to at the time. So I'm not opposed to it. It's just something I haven't particularly done. As someone that is just beginning their spiritual journey, how do I connect with deities or know when I'm being contacted by one? And how do you know? Just something that's been on my mind. So when working with deities, it's a give and take. So there has to be push in both directions for it to work. So what may happen is you might find a particular deity really interesting. You might look up their mythology, their stories, and then you might reach out to them within dreams. So for instance, you might ask, I'd like to reach out to the goddess, insert name here, or the god, insert name here. May they commune with me during my dreams. And then in the morning, you'll wake up and you'll write everything down, and you might find that there's pushback from them, and in which case you can start building that relationship. However, oftentimes there isn't. You might also find that deities start reaching out to us, in which case you'll start seeing signs in your day-to-day life as well as in your dreams and meditations and such. You may well find symbolism, colours, animals, music, locations, names, representations of them, and in which case then it's worth trying to figure out who they are. You can ask and gain answers in dreams and that kind of thing, and then look into their mythology, learn about their stories, and then see if what you're experiencing lines up with it. It's important to let the experiences happen before you try and force who it is. People have a tendency to pigeonhole who it is based on who they want it to be, rather than who it actually is, and then progress from there. Can you make a grid with both crystals and herbs? Yes, you can, because the energy is all going to be working together. So I would say start at the edge with crystals, have herbs in the middle, and then a crystal in the middle. That's typically how I would probably do it. Oh no! Let's see where I was. To be fair, I'm 4 hours in. I think I'm going to end the stream soon. So if anyone has any kind of last minute questions, I am going to try and get through what I can, so that I can answer as many as I can and make sure no one's left out. But some of the questions, especially the ones on spells, I'm not going to answer, because I create spells specifically for everything that I know about a situation. And it's much better for people to create their own spells based on the situation as they know it, rather than someone else, i.e. me, creating spells for a situation I don't entirely know. So if you can, I'd say make your own spells, or adapt spells that you find that you can make work for your situation. What advice would you give to a beginner who is a mother? What advice would you give to a beginner witch who is a mother is more intermediate than beginner? What advice would you give to help the mother to daughter? I'm so confused. I'm very confused. I might need more words. That was a lot of words, and I don't entirely understand them all in this order. Yes, I think I'm going to need more context on that one. I'm very confused. I heard covens can be expensive. They shouldn't be expensive to join, as in if you are... What happens is that there will be a coven fund. So every member of the coven will be adding in money to help pay for resources, electricity, candles, incense, robes, this kind of thing, books, resources, things that the coven are going to be using. If you are finding that there is a fee of like $200 a month to be a part of that coven, that is a scam and you should leave because that is not a suitable amount of money for the amount of resources that you would need. It's one thing if you are renting out a space, you know, if you're renting out a I don't know, like a piece of land or like a community center or something to meet in. That's one thing because that's expensive in itself. But if you are meeting at, I don't know, Karen's house and they are trying to charge you $200 a month for being a part of that coven and everyone is paying that much, where is that money going? Because I guarantee you incense and candles are not costing like $3,000 a month. So that's like the dodgy like red flag right there that I see quite a lot. Actually, there's quite a lot of them. I miss Witchvox. Yeah, me too. Witchvox was such a useful place. I'm honestly surprised that no one has kind of started another version of it because it was so useful for being able to find people and communities and everything like that. Are you planning to be a vendor at any events in the near future? I have another 2 events this year, so I'm at Elsica and Mansfield later this year. And that's the only 2 events this year. I've really not done many. I tried to get into Witchfest, which is happening this weekend. I tried to get into Witchfest and I never got a response. So that kind of went out the window. So I might end up picking up more events in the future. I might be doing talks at future events. I'm not sure. But for now, I have really few in my list and I'm just focusing on writing and YouTube and all of that. If someone found bones and gifted them to me, do I ask the spirit if I can use the bones in the same way I would if I had found them? Yes. Yeah, so same way. You can still own the skulls. It's just they might not want to work with you magically. But yeah, you ask basically the exact same way. And same applies to like things that you've bought as well. If you've bought them from an ethical supplier of them, of like they have found remains, it is ethically done, that kind of thing, then you would do the same thing. Oh, Pan's Labyrinth is in Spanish. That is why I remember Subtitles. I'll have to watch it one time. Oh, advice for a mother to give to a daughter who is a beginner. Let's see. Beginner. What would my best advice be? Trust yourself, honestly, is probably the best thing I can give, especially if there's more than one practitioner in a home or in an environment, is to know that your practice doesn't have to be the same as someone else's for it to be successful. Everyone is going to be slightly different. And so trust your gut instincts and try not to repress them, because things will probably come up that might be really scary. Like it might be psychic dreams, it might be empathy, it might be like certain abilities that might seem really scary and intimidating. And if you push them down at the start, it's really hard to rebuild them back up again later on. So journal, take notes. Every working that you do, try and write it down, because at the start, that's really important. And it's really good to look back on that progress that's been made. And then just kind of live through the experiences. Try to not like put up walls. Like it can be really scary. And things might not go well, but that doesn't mean that you should be afraid. It just means that we have to work more on understanding the things that we don't know and the protections that we need and how to correct things. I don't know if this is actually cohesive advice. I feel like I have like 1,000 pieces of advice, but like how to like condense it down is like really hard. But like trust yourself is probably the best one. Trust that if you have a gift, you are able to deal with it. Trust that everything that you are doing, even if it's different to what someone else is doing, is right for you. and your path is yours, and it doesn't mean that it's going to be the same for everyone else, just as everyone else's path isn't going to be the same for you. It's probably the best, because how many people I've seen change their practice, and I've done it myself when someone has told me that that's not how it works for them, so I've changed my practice and it doesn't work anymore, because for me that doesn't work for me. So yeah. What was Witchvox? So Witchvox was a website that was going from like, it had been going for decades, and it was a site where covens and MBS shows and groups could put on like where they were and like who they were, how to contact them, and then you could look up like a certain location. So like you could look up like, I don't know, like Houston in Texas, and it would give you like a list of like the witchcraft shops and like their email addresses and their phone numbers, so you could figure out where they were, and it could tell you like the different covens that were in the area and the contact phone number for the coven priestess, so that you could contact them and see if they had any availabilities for space and stuff like that. And it was really, really good. And then I think the story of it was that the creators of it, or the people who owned it at the time, retired, and so the website was closed down, and now we've lost all of that information. It's so sad. So yeah, Witchvox is gone. I literally went on a few years ago and it was like, sorry, this site is not available. I'm like, what is happening? So we've lost just like so much information from that site. See where I was. What would you recommend for getting for a witch on a budget? Nothing. Resource like books like reference books is probably the best advice I can give. And if you want reference books, then try something like Kindle Unlimited, because it's like $7.99 a month and you get access to like every Kindle Unlimited book, and there's loads of witchcraft books and it's great. But like, if you're on a budget, you don't need anything. You can harvest your resources, you can work with the elements, you can work with nature. You don't need anything to have a successful practice. And so if you're going to get anything, then resource and reference books is probably the way to go. My pendulum gives me wrong answers sometimes. How do I know when it's correct? How can I keep the trust going between me and my pendulum? So there's a few factors here. So the first one, you don't need to answer any of these to me. These are just questions for you. Is, are you asking your pendulum to show you the answers? Like, show me a yes, show me a no, show me an I don't know, before every single session? Because if you aren't, pendulums have a tendency to change their mind and alter the way they're doing things. So if you're getting different answers, but you aren't asking it every single time which directions are which, it might simply be that it's changing its directions. The other thing to bear in mind is that pendulums can only, same with all divination, they can only know what is going to happen up until a point of change. If something changes, even something minuscule, it can completely change the outcome of that situation. The pendulum is not going to know about the change until it happens. So it will only be able to go up to the point of change, and then when something changes, the outcome is going to be different. So try limiting it to things that are more current rather than things that are going to happen in the future. And unfortunately, sometimes pendulums can be a bit finicky. That's the way it is, unfortunately. I have pendulums that just hate me. I don't even know where it is. It's gone missing. It ran away from me. I got a pendulum online. I adored it. It was beautiful. I loved it. It's the reason I don't buy pendulums off the internet anymore, for myself personally. I got this beautiful pendulum. I loved it. I adored it. Every single answer was like, I'm not answering this. I'm not answering this. No, I'm not answering this. And in the end, I was like, you know what? Fine. And I put it down, and I think it's been 10 years since I've seen it. It could be anywhere. I think it's in my old bedroom at my parents' house, I think. And I think that's probably where it's ended up, in just like stuff that's ended up there. And I don't know where it is. It's gone. It's gone. What do you think is a bit of real magic from Harry Potter? So once again, I will reiterate every time I mention Harry Potter, I have to. I do not agree with any of the statements that J.K. Rowling has created, and I never will. But when it comes to Harry Potter, although J.K. Rowling has said in many interviews that it wasn't based off any real practice, it was based off a lot of real practice. And so, like mandrakes, the mandrakes in there, the screaming mandrakes are based off an actual folk belief, because mandrakes are really toxic, and a lot of people, when they were digging it up, sometimes they would get a cut on their hand and they would like accidentally get some of the juice from a mandrake into a cut and they would die. And it was believed, and it was kind of a folk belief, that if you pulled a mandrake out of the ground, it would scream and anyone in earshot would drop down dead. And it was actually used to explain why people who were digging up mandrakes to sell them were actually dying by digging up mandrakes. So like, there's so much stuff in there that's based off actual practice. It's just been heavily altered for the purpose of a fantasy book and movie, and now apparently TV show. So yeah, there's so much in there. You just have to kind of look closely and see what you can find. Is it true that herbs have the opposite effect when they mold? Personally, depends on what it's for. So for instance, belladonna. So belladonna, it's already a really toxic herb. It's used in a lot of baneful magics. If that molds, to me, that just makes it even more intense. That makes it even more powerful for what it is I want to use it for. However, if I am using, say, chamomile in a prosperity spell, and that chamomile starts to go moldy, the positive intention of that chamomile is now rotting. And so I consider that to be not good. I wouldn't use it for a prosperity spell anymore. And you could actually use it to remove prosperity, to cause prosperity to rot away. Whereas if it's already a baneful herb, for instance, or a herb that's being used in a baneful manner, then I would say that it only makes it more potent, if not so nice to actually handle and deal with. So yeah, really varies. Have you heard of Spells of Magick? I have. I've actually had several accounts on Spells of Magick since the early 2000s and it has gone drastically downhill over the years. And I mean, it's always had like fluff spells on it, spells that are just like fantasy and not good, but the community was really busy at one point. It's just now there's only ever like 5 people online. There used to be hundreds of people online at a time in like the 2000s. And now it's not the same. People have just moved on to other things, I think. Right, where was I? There's a lot of questions of, is it bad? Is it bad? Should I? Shouldn't I? The reality is that everyone's practice is individual. I can't tell anyone whether they should or shouldn't practice a specific spell, ritual, style, because it's all so unique to the individual. And in my practice, I practice a form of folk/traditional witchcraft. It's kind of a blend of the two. And so I practice a twofold path. Therefore, I can curse and I can cure, and that's just a part of my tradition. That is, however, not a part of everyone's tradition. And so it's important just to take a step back and think about whether it's something that you feel comfortable with, and then go from there. Because really, no one can tell you whether you should or shouldn't be doing something that is entirely individual to you. What do you think of Teen Witch by Silver Ravenwolf? How do I put this as diplomatic as I can? I personally would not recommend the books written by said author ever. And if you want to know more, if you can just Google the name of the author and problems or issues or something like that, and you will find massive essays on the subject. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. I'm not going to say more than that because I don't want people to hate me, but personally, I wouldn't recommend them. Everyone is entitled, however, to their own opinion on what they like and what they don't like, and that is all I will say on the matter. I'm interested in folk magic. I've bought lots of books. They seem promising, but it feels like they ultimately say the same thing. Maybe I'm not looking properly. As folk magic, the thing with folk magic is it's magic of the people. And it's often based in history. And what you often have is that folk magic was not written. not the same way as ceremonial magic, higher magics. Folk magic, oh, my hair is doing stupid things. Folk magic is typically not written down. It's often done verbally. And so a lot of it is not found in books. And so if anything, you might be better looking at, where was I going with this? Like local legends, local stories, mythology, folklore that surround the local area that you're looking at, because you'll often find a lot of practice is hidden within the stories and the legends that were told by the people. And a lot of these folk stories have a lot of symbolism and importance to them. And so that's really where folk magic comes from. It's this adaptation of stories and legends and things that has been brought back to life, because it's largely been lost. Because especially during the rise of Wicca, don't get me wrong, the public appreciation of Wicca and the growth of it is what made witchcraft less taboo. It's what saved a lot of people from persecution. However, it also had the downside of stopping people from learning about folk practices. So people were going to Wicca and they were going to the written information about Wicca, and the lines of folk stories got lost. So you'll find that in the mid 20th century, we are seeing this massive decline in folk history. And it's because young people just didn't care about it. They wanted to learn the new things. And so Wicca was really popular. It was growing massively, especially among young people. And we lost a lot of it. So like libraries have usually sections on local history that you can check out. You'll often find like poems and things like that have a lot of information in them as well. So that's kind of useful. And also important to remember that individual regions will have completely different practices. So depending on the specific areas that you're looking, you'll find completely different information. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. I hope that you have enjoyed the stream. It's been I know I say it's been a long one. It hasn't been that long, but still kind of long. But yeah, I think that I am going to leave the stream here tonight. I need to have a drink of water. I have just been talking for like 4.5 hours solid with no drink. So I'm going to go and drink like a litre of water and try to relax. But I hope that you all did enjoy the stream. I have another video coming on Wednesday, hopefully. I've kind of not been great at getting it edited in time. I still have to finish this. This is the video that I'm currently working on. I am alphabetizing my witchcraft books, which, as you can imagine, has taken longer than I anticipated. So this is why the bookshelf looks kind of bare. I kind of just stuffed some random decorations on it. So that is the video for next week at some point. So that is next week's video. I have another video going up on Patreon for all of my patrons who are waiting for that video. That is coming up in the next few days. Thank you to all of my mods who sit patiently for 4 hours, 20 minutes and listen to me speak. The patience that my mods have is unmatched. So thank you so much. I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye. Don't know what my fingers just all kind of froze then. Bye. Oh, where's all my buttons? Where are my buttons to end the stream? Okay, found it. Bye.